Chapter 5b of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anticipations by H. G. Wells. Chapter 5b. Now, patriotism is not a thing that flourishes in the void. One needs a foreigner. A national and patriotic party is an anti-foreign party. The altar of the modern god, democracy, will cry aloud for the stranger men. Simply to keep in power, and out of no love of mischief, the government of the party machine will have to insist upon dangers and national differences, to keep the voter to the poll by alarms, seeking ever to taint the possible nucleus of any competing organization with the scandal of external influence. The party press will play the watchdog, and allay all internal dissensions with its warning bay at some adjacent people. And the adjacent peoples, for reasons to be presently expanded, will be continually more sensitive to such baying. Already one sees country yelping at country all over the modern world, not only in the matter of warlike issues, but with a note of quite furious commercial rivalry, quite furious and indeed quite insane, since its ideal of trading enormously with absolutely ruined and tradeless foreigners, exporting everything and importing nothing, is obviously outside reason altogether. The inexorable doom of these governments based on the grey is to foster enmity between people and people. Even their alliances are but sacrifices to intenser antagonisms, and the phases of the democratic sequence are simple and pure. Forced on by a relentless competition, the tone of the outcries will become fiercer and fiercer. The occasions of excitement, the perilous moments, the ingenuities of annoyance, more and more dramatic, from the mere emptiness and disorder of the general mind. Jealousies and anti-foreign enactments, tariff manipulations and commercial embitterment, destructive, foolish, exasperating obstructions that benefit no human being, will minister to this craving without completely allaying it. Nearer and even nearer, the politicians of the coming time will force one another towards the verge, not because they want to go over it, not because anyone wants to go over it, but because they are, by their very nature, compelled to go that way, because to go in any other direction is to break up and lose power. And, consequently, the final development of the democratic system, so far as intrinsic forces go, will be, not the rule of the boss, nor the rule of the trust, nor the rule of the newspaper. No rule indeed, but international rivalry, international competition, international exasperation and hostility, and at last, irresistible and overwhelming, the definite establishment of the rule of that most stern and educational of all masters, war. At this point there opens a tempting path, and along it historical precedents, like a forest of notice boards, urge us to go. At the end of the vista poses the figure of Napoleon with "Caesarism" written beneath it. Disregarding certain alien considerations for a time, assuming the free working out of democracy to its conclusion, we perceive that in the case of our generalized state, the party machine, together with the nation entrusted to it, must necessarily be forced into passionate national war. But having blundered into war, the party machine will have an air of having accomplished its destiny. A party machine or a popular government is surely as likely a thing to cause a big disorder of war, and as unlikely a thing to conduct it, as the wit of man, working solely to that end, could ever have devised. I have already pointed out why we can never expect an elected government of the modern sort to be guided by any far-reaching designs. It is constructed to get office and keep office, not to do anything in office. The conditions of its survival are to keep appearances up and taxes down, and the care and management of army and navy is quite outside its possibilities. Footnote: One striking illustration of the distinctive possibilities of democratic government came to light during the last term of office for the present patriotic British government. As a demonstration of patriotism, large sums of money were voted annually for the purpose of building warships, and the patriotic common man paid the taxes gladly with a dream of irresistible naval predominance to sweeten the payment. But the money was not spent on warships. Only a portion of it was spent, and the rest remained to make a surplus and warm the heart of the common man in his tax-paying capacity. This artful dodge was repeated for several years. The artful dodger is now a peer, no doubt abjectly respected, and nobody in the most patriotic party so far evolved is a bit the worse for it. In the organizing expedients of all popular governments, as in the prospectus of unsound companies, the disposition is to exaggerate the nominal capital at the expense of the working efficiency. Democratic armies and navies are always short, and probably will always be short, of ammunition, paint, training, and reserve stores. Battalions and ships, since they count as units, are over-numerous and go short-handed, and democratic army reform almost invariably works out to some device for multiplying units by fission, and counting men 3 times instead of twice, in some ingenious and plausible way. And this must be so, because the sort of men who come inevitably to power under democratic conditions are men trained by all the conditions of their lives to so set appearances before realities as at last to become utterly incapable of realities. End footnote. The military and naval professions in our typical modern state will subsist very largely upon tradition. The ostensible government will interfere with rather than direct them, and there will be no force in the entire scheme to check the corrupting influence of a long peace, to insist upon adequate exercises for the fighting organization, or ensure an adequate adaptation to the new and perpetually changing possibilities of untried apparatus. Incapable but confident and energetic persons, having political influence, will have been permitted to tamper with the various arms of the service. The equipment will be largely devised to create an impression of efficiency in times of peace in the minds of the general voting public, and the really efficient soldiers will either have fretted themselves out of the army, or have been driven out as political non-effectives, troublesome, innovating persons, anxious to spend money upon fads. So armed, the new democracy will blunder into war, and the opening stage of the next great war will be the catastrophic breakdown of the formal armies, shame and disasters, and a disorder of conflict between more or less equally matched masses of stupefied, scared, and infuriated people. Just how far the thing may rise from the value of an alarming and edifying incident to a universal catastrophe depends upon the special nature of the conflict. But it does not alter the fact that any considerable war is bound to be a bitter, appalling, highly educational, and constitution-shaking experience for the modern democratic state. Now, foreseeing this possibility, it is easy to step into the trap of the Napoleonic precedent. One hastens to foretell that either with the pressure of coming war, or in the hour of defeat, there will arise the man. He will be strong in action, epigrammatic in manner, personally handsome, and continually victorious. He will sweep aside parliaments and demagogues, carry the nation to glory, reconstruct it as an empire, and hold it together by circulating his profile and organizing further successes. He will, I gather this from chance lights upon contemporary anticipations, codify everything, rejuvenate the papacy, or, at any rate, galvanize Christianity, organize learning in meek, intriguing academies of little men, and prescribe a wonderful educational system. The grateful nations will once more deify a lucky and aggressive egotism. And there the vision loses breath. Nothing of the sort is going to happen, or at any rate, if it happens, it will happen as an interlude, as no necessary part in the general progress of the human drama. The world is no more to be recast by chance individuals than a city is to be lit by skyrockets. The purpose of things emerges upon spacious issues, and the day of individual leaders is past. The analogies and precedents that lead one to forecast the coming of military one-man dominions, the coming of such other parodies of Caesar's career as that misapplied and speedily futile chess champion Napoleon I contrived, are false. They are false because they ignore 2 correlated things. First, the steady development of a new and quite unprecedented educated class as a necessary aspect of the expansion of science and mechanism, and secondly, the absolute revolution in the art of war that science and mechanism are bringing about. This latter consideration the next chapter will expand, but here, in the interests of this discussion, we may in general terms anticipate its gist. War in the past has been a thing entirely different in its nature from what war, with the apparatus of the future, will be. It has been showy, dramatic, emotional, and restricted. War in the future will be none of these things. War in the past was a thing of days and heroisms. Battles and campaigns rested in the hand of the great commander. He stood out against the sky, picturesquely on horseback, visibly controlling it all. War in the future will be a question of preparation, of long years of foresight and disciplined imagination. There will be no decisive victory, but a vast diffusion of conflict. It will depend less and less on controlling personalities and driving emotions, and more upon the intelligence and personal quality of a great number of skilled men. All this the next chapter will expand. And either before or after, but at any rate in the shadow of war, it will become apparent, perhaps even suddenly, that the whole apparatus of power in the country is in the hands of a new class of intelligent and scientifically educated men. They will probably, under the development of warlike stresses, be discovered, they will discover themselves, almost surprisingly, with roads and railways, carts and cities, drains, food supplies, electrical supply, and water supply, and with guns and such implements of destruction and intimidation as men scarcely dream of yet, gathered in their hands. And they will be discovered, too, with a growing common consciousness of themselves as distinguished from the grey confusion, a common purpose and implication that this fearless analysis of science is already bringing to light. They will find themselves with bloodshed and horrible disasters ahead, and the material apparatus of control entirely within their power. Suppose, after all, they will say, we ignore these very eloquent and showy governing persons above, and this very confused and ineffectual multitude below. Suppose now we put on the brakes and try something a little more stable and orderly. These people in possession have, of course, all sorts of established rights and prescriptions. They have squared the law to their purpose, and the Constitution does not know us. They can get at the judges, they can get at the newspapers, they can do all sorts of things except avoid a smash. But for our part, we have these really most ingenious and subtle guns. Suppose, instead of our turning them and our valuable selves in a fool's quarrel against the ingenious and subtle guns of other men akin to ourselves, we use them in the cause of the higher sanity, and clear that jabbering war tumult out of the streets. There may be no dramatic moment for the expression of this idea, no moment when the new Cromwellism and the new Ironsides will come visibly face to face with talk and baubles, flags and patriotic dinner bells. But with or without dramatic moments, the idea will be expressed and acted upon. It will be made quite evident then, what is now indeed only a pious opinion, namely that wealth is, after all, no ultimate power at all, but only an influence among aimless, police-guarded men. So long as there is peace, the class of capable men may be mitigated and gagged and controlled, and the ostensible present order may flourish still in the hands of that other class of men which deals with the appearances of things. But as some supersaturated solution will crystallize out with the mere shaking of its beaker, so must the new order of men come into visibly organized existence through the concussions of war. The charlatans can escape everything except war, but to the cant and violence of nationality, to the sustaining force of international hostility, they are ruthlessly compelled to cling, and what is now their chief support must become at last their destruction. And so it is I infer that whether violently as a revolution or quietly and slowly, this grey confusion that is democracy must pass away invariably by its own inherent conditions as the twilight passes, as that embryonic confusion of the cocoon creature passes into the higher stage, into the higher organism, the world state of the coming years. End of chapter 5b. Recording by John Trevithick. Chapter 6a of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anticipations by H.G. Wells. Chapter 6a. War. In shaping anticipations about the future of war, there arises a certain difficulty about the point of departure. One may either begin on such broad issues as the preceding forecasts have opened, and having determined now something of the nature of the coming state, and the force of its warlike inclination, proceed to speculate how this vast, ill-organized, fourfold organism will fight. Or one may set all that matter aside for a space, and, having regard chiefly to the continually more potent appliances physical science offers the soldier, we may try to develop a general impression of theoretically thorough war, go from that to the nature of the state most likely to be superlatively efficient in such warfare, and so arrive at the conditions of survival under which these present governments of confusion will struggle one against the other. The latter course will be taken here. We will deal first of all with war conducted for its own sake, with a model army as efficient as an imaginative training can make it, and with a model organization for warfare of the state behind it, and then the experience of the confused modern social organism as it is impelled in an uncongenial metamorphosis towards this imperative and finally unavoidable efficient state will come most easily within the scope of one's imagination. The great change that is working itself out in warfare is the same change that is working itself out in the substance of the social fabric. The essential change in the social fabric, as we have analyzed it, is the progressive supersession of the old broad labour base by elaborately organized mechanism, and the obsolescence of the once valid and necessary distinction of gentle and simple. In warfare, as I have already indicated, this takes the form of the progressive supersession of the horse and the private soldier, which were the living and sole engines of the old time, by machines, and the obliteration of the old distinction between leaders who pranced in a conspicuously dangerous and encouraging way into the picturesque incidents of battle, and the led, who cheered and charged and filled the ditches and were slaughtered in a wholesale dramatic manner. The old war was a matter of long dreary marches, great hardships of campaigning, but also of heroic conclusive moments. Long periods of campings, almost always with an outbreak of pestilence, of marchings and retreats, much crude business of feeding and forage, culminated at last with an effect of infinite relief in an hour or so of battle. The battle was always a very intimate, tumultuous affair. The men were flung at one another in vast, excited masses, in living fighting machines, as it were. Spears or bayonets flashed, one side or the other ceased to prolong the climax, and the thing was over. The beaten force crumpled as a whole, and the victors as a whole pressed upon it. Cavalry with slashing sabres marked the crowning point of victory. In the later stages of the old warfare, musketry volleys were added to the physical impact of the contending regiments, and at last cannon as a quite accessory method of breaking these masses of men. So you gave battle to and defeated your enemy's forces wherever encountered, and when you reached your objective, in his capital, the war was done. The new war will probably have none of these features of the old system of fighting. The revolution that is in progress from the old war to a new war, different in its entire nature from the old, is marked primarily by the steady progress in range and efficiency of the rifle and of the field gun, and more particularly of the rifle. The rifle develops persistently from a clumsy implement that any clown may learn to use in half a day, towards a very intricate mechanism, easily put out of order and easily misused, but of the most extraordinary possibilities in the hands of men of courage, character, and high intelligence. Its precision at long range has made the business of its care, loading, and aim subsidiary to the far more intricate matter of its use in relation to the contour of the ground within its reach. Even its elaboration as an instrument is probably still incomplete. One can conceive it, provided in the future, with cross-thread telescopic sights, the focusing of which, corrected by some ingenious use of hygroscopic material, might even find the range, and so enable it to be used with assurance up to a mile or more. It will probably also take on some of the characters of the machine gun. It will be used either for single shots or to quiver and send a spray of almost simultaneous bullets out of a magazine evenly and certainly over any small area the rifleman thinks advisable.
It will probably be portable by one man, but there is no reason really, except the bayonet tradition, the demands of which may be met in other ways, why it should be the instrument of one sole man. It will just as probably be slung with its ammunition and equipment upon bicycle wheels, and be the common care of 2 or more associated soldiers. Equipped with such a weapon, a single couple of marksmen even, by reason of smokeless powder and carefully chosen cover, might make themselves practically invisible, and capable of surprising, stopping, and destroying a visible enemy in quite considerable numbers who blundered within a mile of them. And a series of such groups of marksmen, so arranged as to cover the arrival of reliefs, provisions, and fresh ammunition from the rear, might hold out against any visible attack for an indefinite period, unless the ground they occupied was searched very ably and subtly by some sort of gun having a range in excess of their rifle fire. If the ground they occupied were to be properly tunnelled and trenched, even that might not avail, and there would be nothing for it but to attack them by an advance under cover, either of the night or of darkness caused by smoke shells or the burning of cover about their position. Even then they might be deadly with magazine fire at close quarters. Save for their liability to such attacks, a few hundreds of such men could hold positions of a quite vast extent, and a few thousand might hold a frontier. Assuredly, a mere handful of such men could stop the most multitudinous attack or cover the most disorderly retreat in the world. And even when some ingenious, daring, and lucky night assault had at last ejected them from a position, dawn would simply restore to them the prospect of reconstituting in new positions their enormous advantage of defence. The only really effective and final defeat such an attenuated force of marksmen could sustain would be from the slow and circumspect advance upon it of a similar force of superior marksmen, creeping forward under cover of night or of smoke shells and fire, digging pits during the snatches of cessation obtained in this way, and so coming nearer and nearer, and getting a completer and completer mastery of the defenders' ground, until the approach of the defenders' reliefs, food, and fresh ammunition ceased to be possible. Thereupon there would be nothing for it but either surrender or a bolt in the night to positions in the rear, a bolt that might be hotly followed if it were deferred too late. Probably between contiguous nations that have mastered the art of war, instead of the pouring clouds of cavalry of the old dispensation, this will be the opening phase of the struggle, a vast duel all along the frontier between groups of skilled marksmen, continually being relieved and refreshed from the rear. Footnote: even along such vast frontiers as the Russian and Austrian, for example, where M. Bloch anticipates war will be begun with an invasion of clouds of Russian cavalry and great cavalry battles, I am inclined to think this deadlock of essentially defensive marksmen may still be the more probable thing. Small bodies of cyclist riflemen would rush forward to meet the advancing clouds of cavalry, would drop into invisible ambushes and announce their presence in unknown numbers, with carefully aimed shots difficult to locate. A small number of such men could always begin their fight with a surprise at the most advantageous moment, and they would be able to make themselves very deadly against a comparatively powerful frontal attack. If at last the attack were driven home before supports came up to the defenders, they would still be able to cycle away comparatively immune. To attempt even very wide flanking movements against such a snatched position would be simply to run risks of blundering upon similar ambushes. The clouds of cavalry would have to spread into thin lines at last and go forward with the rifle. Invading clouds of cyclists would be in no better case. A conflict of cyclists against cyclists over a country too spacious for unbroken lines would still, I think, leave the struggle essentially unchanged. The advance of small unsupported bodies would be the wildest and most unprofitable adventure. Every advance would have to be made behind a screen of scouts, and, given a practical equality in the numbers and manhood of the two forces, these screens would speedily become simply very attenuated lines. End footnote. For a time, quite possibly, there will be no definite army here or there. There will be no controllable battle. There will be no great general in the field at all. But somewhere far in the rear, the central organizer will sit at the telephonic centre of his vast front, and he will strengthen here and feed there, and watch perpetually the pressure, the incessant, remorseless pressure that is seeking to wear down his countervailing thrust. Behind the thin firing line that is actually engaged, the country for many miles will be rapidly cleared and devoted to the business of war. Big machines will be at work making second, third, and fourth lines of trenches that may be needed if presently the firing line is forced back, spreading out traverse paths for the swift lateral movement of the cyclists, who will be in perpetual alertness to relieve sudden local pressures, and all along those great motor roads our first anticipations sketched, there will be a vast and rapid shifting to and fro of big and very long-range guns. These guns will probably be fought with the help of balloons. The latter will hang above the firing line all along the front, incessantly ascending and withdrawn. They will be continually determining the distribution of the antagonist's forces, directing the fire of continually shifting great guns upon the apparatus and supports in the rear of his fighting line, forecasting his night plans, and seeking some tactical or strategic weakness in that sinewy line of battle. It will be evident that such warfare, as this inevitable precision of gun and rifle forces upon humanity, will become less and less dramatic as a whole, more and more as a whole a monstrous thrust and pressure of people against people. No dramatic little general spouting his troops into the proper hysterics for charging, no prancing, merely brave officers, no reckless gallantry or invincible stubbornness of men will suffice. For the commander-in-chief on a picturesque horse, sentimentally watching his boys march past death or glory in battalions, there will have to be a loyal staff of men working simply, earnestly, and subtly to keep the front tight, and at the front every little isolated company of men will have to be a council of war, a little conspiracy under the able man its captain, as keen and individual as a football team, conspiring against the scarcely seen company of the foe over yonder. The battalion commander will be replaced in effect by the organizer of the balloons and guns, by which his few hundreds of splendid individuals will be guided and reinforced, in the place of hundreds of thousands of more or less drunken and untrained young men marching into battle, muddle-headed, sentimental, dangerous, and futile hobbledehoys. There will be thousands of sober men, braced up to their highest possibilities, intensely doing their best. In the place of charging battalions, shattering impacts of squadrons, and wide harvest fields of death, there will be hundreds of little rifle battles fought up to the hilt, gallant dashes here, night surprises there, the sudden, sinister, faint gleam of nocturnal bayonets, brilliant guesses that will drop catastrophic shell and death over hills and forests, suddenly into carelessly exposed masses of men. For 8 miles on either side of the firing lines, whose fire will probably never altogether die away while the war lasts, men will live and eat and sleep under the imminence of unanticipated death. Such will be the opening phase of the war that is speedily to come. And behind the thin firing line on either side, a vast multitude of people will be at work. Indeed, the whole mass of the efficients in the state will have to be at work, and most of them will be simply at the same work or similar work to that done in peacetime, only now as combatants upon the lines of communication. The organized staffs of the big road managements, now become a part of the military scheme, will be deporting women and children and feeble people, and bringing up supplies and supports. The doctors will be dropping from their civil duties into pre-appointed official places, directing the feeding and treatment of the shifting masses of people, and guarding the valuable manhood of the fighting apparatus most sedulously from disease. Footnote: so far, pestilence has been a feature of almost every sustained war in the world, but there is really no reason whatever why it should be so. There is no reason, indeed, why a soldier upon active service on the victorious side should go without a night's rest or miss a meal. If he does, there is muddle and want of foresight somewhere, and that our hypothesis excludes. End footnote. The engineers will be entrenching and bringing up a vast variety of complicated and ingenious apparatus designed to surprise and inconvenience the enemy in novel ways. The dealers in food and clothing, the manufacturers of all sorts of necessary stuff, will be converted by the mere declaration of war into public servants. A practical realization of socialistic conceptions will quite inevitably be forced upon the fighting state. The state that has not incorporated with its fighting organization all its able-bodied manhood and all its material substance, its roads, vehicles, engines, foundries, and all its resources of food and clothing, the state which at the outbreak of war has to bargain with railway and shipping companies, replace experienced station masters by inexperienced officers, and haggle against alien interests for every sort of supply, will be at an overwhelming disadvantage against a state which has emerged from the social confusion of the present time, got rid of every vestige of our present distinction between official and governed, and organized every element in its being. I imagine that in this ideal war, as compared with the war of today, there will be a very considerable restriction of the rights of the non-combatant. A large part of existing international law involves a curious implication. A distinction between the belligerent government and its accredited agents in warfare and the general body of its subjects. There is a disposition to treat the belligerent government, in spite of the democratic status of many states, as not fully representing its people, to establish a sort of world citizenship in the common mass outside the official and military class. Protection of the non-combatant and his property comes at last, in theory at least, within a measurable distance of notice boards. Combatants are requested to keep off the grass. This disposition I ascribe to a recognition of that obsolescence and inadequacy of the formal organization of states, which has already been discussed in this book. It was a disposition that was strongest perhaps in the earliest decades of the 19th century, and stronger now than in the steady and irresistible course of strenuous and universal military preparation it is likely to be in the future. In our imaginary 20th century state, organized primarily for war, this tendency to differentiate a non-combatant mass in the fighting state will certainly not be respected. The state will be organized as a whole to fight as a whole. It will have triumphantly asserted the universal duty of its citizens. The military force will be a much ampler organization than the army of today. It will be not simply the fists, but the body and brain of the land. The whole apparatus, the whole staff engaged in internal communication, for example, may conceivably not be state property and a state service, but if it is not, it will assuredly be as a whole organized as a volunteer force that may instantly become a part of the machinery of defence or aggression at the outbreak of war. Footnote: Lady Maud Rolleston, in her very interesting Yeoman Service, complains of the Boers killing an engine driver during an attack on a train at Kroonstad, which was, she writes, an abominable action, as he is in law a non-combatant. The implicit assumption of this complaint would cover the engineers of an ironclad or the guides of a night attack, everybody, in fact, who was not positively weapon in hand. End footnote. The men may very conceivably not have a uniform, for military uniforms are simply one aspect of this curious and transitory phase of restriction, but they will have their orders and their universal plan. As the bells ring and the recording telephones click into every house the news that war has come, there will be no running to and fro upon the public ways, no bawling upon the moving platforms of the general urban nuclei, no crowds of silly, useless, able-bodied people gaping at inflammatory transparencies outside the offices of sensational papers because the egregious idiots in control of affairs have found them no better employment. Every man will be soberly and intelligently setting about the particular thing he has to do. Even the rich shareholding sort of person, the hereditary mortgager of society, will be given something to do, and if he has learned nothing else he will serve to tie up parcels of ammunition or pack army sausages. Very probably the best of such people and of the speculative class will have qualified as cyclist marksmen for the front. Some of them may even have devoted the leisure of peace to military studies, and may be prepared with novel weapons. Recruiting among the working classes, or more properly speaking, among the people of the abyss, will have dwindled to the vanishing point. People who are no good for peace purposes are not likely to be any good in such a grave and complicated business as modern war. The spontaneous traffic of the roads in peace will fall now into two streams, one of women and children coming quietly and comfortably out of danger, the other of men and material going up to the front. There will be no panics, no hardships, because everything will have been amply prearranged. We are dealing with an ideal state. Quietly and tremendously, that state will have gripped its adversary and tightened its muscles. That is all. Now, the strategy of this new sort of war in its opening phase will consist mainly in very rapid movements of guns and men behind that thin screen of marksmen, in order to deal suddenly and unexpectedly some forcible blow to snatch at some position into which guns and men may be thrust, to outflank and turn the advantage of the ground against some portion of the enemy's line. The game will be largely to crowd and crumple that line, to stretch it over an arc to the breaking point, to secure a position from which to shell and destroy its supports and provisions, and to capture or destroy its guns and apparatus, and so tear it away from some town or arsenal it has covered. And a factor of primary importance in this warfare, because of the importance of seeing the board, a factor which will be enormously stimulated to develop in the future, will be the aerial factor. Already we have seen the captive balloon as an incidental accessory of considerable importance, even in the wild country warfare of South Africa. In the warfare that will go on in the highly organized European states of the opening century, the special military balloon used in conjunction with guns, conceivably of small caliber but of enormous length and range, will play a part of quite primary importance. These guns will be carried on vast mechanical carriages, possibly with wheels of such a size as will enable them to traverse almost all sorts of ground. Footnote: experiments will probably be made in the direction of armoured guns, armoured searchlight carriers, and armoured shelters for men that will admit of being pushed forward over rifle-swept ground. To such possibilities, to possibilities even of a sort of land ironclad, my inductive reasoning inclines. The armoured train seems indeed a distinct beginning of this sort of thing, but my imagination proffers nothing but a vision of wheels smashed by shells, iron tortoises gallantly rushed by hidden men, and unhappy marksmen and engineers being shot at as they bolt from some such monster overset. The fact of it is, I detest and fear these thick, slow, essentially defensive methods, either for land or sea fighting. I believe invincibly that the side that can go fastest and hit hardest will always win, with or without, or in spite of, massive defences, and no ingenuity in devising the massive defence will shake that belief. End footnote. The aeronauts, provided with large-scale maps of the hostile country, will mark down to the gunners below the precise point upon which to direct their fire, and over hill and dale the shell will fly, 10 miles it may be, to its billet, camp, massing night attack, or advancing gun. Great multitudes of balloons will be the Argus eyes of the entire military organism, stalked eyes with a telephonic nerve in each stalk, and at night they will sweep the country with searchlights and come soaring before the wind with hanging flares. Certainly they will be steerable. Moreover, when the wind admits, there will be freely moving steerable balloons wagging little flags to their friends below. And so far as the resources of the men on the ground go, the balloons will be almost invulnerable. The mere perforation of balloons with shot does them little harm, and the possibility of hitting a balloon that is drifting about at a practically unascertainable distance and height, so precisely as to blow it to pieces with a timed shell, and to do this in the little time before it is able to give simple and precise instructions as to your range and position to the unseen gunners it directs, is certainly one of the most difficult and trying undertakings for an artilleryman that one can well imagine. I am inclined to think that the many considerations against a successful attack on balloons from the ground will enormously stimulate enterprise and invention in the direction of dirigible aerial devices that can fight. Few people, I fancy, who know the work of Langley, Lilienthal, Pilcher, Maxim, and Chanute, but will be inclined to believe that long before the year A.D. 2000, and very probably before 1950, a successful aeroplane will have soared and come home safe and sound. Directly that is accomplished, the new invention will be most assuredly applied to war. The nature of the things that will ultimately fight in the sky is a matter for curious speculation. We begin with the captive balloon. Against that the navigable balloon will presently operate. I am inclined to think the practicable navigable balloon will be first attained by the use of a device already employed by nature in the swimming bladder of fishes. This is a closed gas bag that can be contracted or expanded. If a gas bag of thin, strong, practically impervious substance could be enclosed in a net of closely interlaced fibres, interlaced, for example, on a pattern of the muscles of the bladder in mammals, the ends of these fibres might be wound and unwound, and the effect of contractility attained. A row of such contractile balloons hung over a long car which was horizontally extended into wings would not only allow that car to rise and fall at will, but if the balloon at one end were contracted and at the other end expanded, and the intermediate ones allowed to assume intermediate conditions, the former end would drop, the expanded wings would be brought into a slanting condition over a smaller area of supporting air, and the whole apparatus would tend to glide downwards in that direction. The projection of a small vertical plane upon either side would make the gliding mass rotate in a descending spiral, and so we have all the elements of a controllable flight. Such an affair would be difficult to overset. It would be able to beat up even in a fair wind, and then it would be able to contract its bladders and fall down a long slant in any direction. From some such crude beginnings a form like a soaring, elongated, flat-brimmed hat might grow, and the possibilities of adding an engine-driven screw are obvious enough. It is difficult to see how such a contrivance could carry guns of any calibre unless they fired from the rear in the line of flight. The problem of recoil becomes a very difficult one in aerial tactics. It would probably have at most a small machine gun or so, which might fire an explosive shell at the balloons of the enemy, or kill the aeronauts with distributed bullets. The thing would be a sort of air shark, and one may even venture to picture something of the struggle the deadlocked marksmen of 1950, lying warily in their rifle pits, will see. One conceives them at first, each little hole with its watchful, well-equipped couple of assassins, turning up their eyes in expectation. The wind is with our enemy, and his captive balloons have been disagreeably overhead all through the hot morning. His big guns have suddenly become nervously active. Then a little murmur along the pits and trenches, and from somewhere over behind us, this air shark drives up the sky. The enemy's balloons splutter a little, retract, and go rushing down, and we send a spray of bullets as they drop. Then against our aerostat, and with the wind driving them clean overhead of us, come the antagonistic flying machines. I incline to imagine there will be a steel prow with a cutting edge at either end of the sort of aerostat I foresee, and conceivably this aerial ram will be the most important weapon of the affair. When operating against balloons, such a fighting machine will rush up the air as swiftly as possible, and then, with a rapid contraction of its bladders, fling itself like a knife at the sinking war balloon of the foe. Down, 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 through a vast alert tension of flight, down it will swoop, and, if its swoop is successful, slash explosively at last through a suffocating moment. Rifles will crack, ropes tear and snap, there will be a rending and shouting, a great thud of liberated gas, and perhaps a flare. Quite certainly those flying machines will carry folded parachutes, and the last phase of many a struggle will be the desperate leap of the aeronauts with these in hand to snatch one last chance of life out of a mass of crumpling, fallen wreckage. But in such a fight between flying machine and flying machine as we are trying to picture, it will be a fight of hawks, complicated by bullets and little shells. They will rush up and up to get the pitch of one another until the aeronauts sob and sicken with the rarefied air, and the blood comes to eyes and nails. The marksman below will strain at last, eyes under hands, to see the circling battle that dwindles in the zenith. Then perhaps a wild adventurous dropping of one close beneath the other, an attempt to stoop, the sudden splutter of guns, a tilting up or down, a disengagement. What will have happened? One combatant perhaps will heel lamely earthward, dropping, with half its bladders burst or shot away. The other circles down in pursuit. What are they doing? Our marksmen will snatch at their field glasses, tremulously anxious. Is that a white flag or no? If they drop now, we have 'em. But the duel will be the rarer thing. In any affair of ramming, there is an enormous advantage for the side that can contrive, anywhere in the field of action, to set two vessels at one. The mere ascent of one flying ram from one side will assuredly slip the leashes of two on the other, until the manoeuvring squadrons may be as thick as starlings in October. They will wheel and mount, they will spread and close, there will be elaborate manoeuvres for the advantage of the wind, there will be sudden drops to the shelter of entrenched guns. The actual impact of battle will be an affair of moments. They will be awful moments, but not more terrible, not more exacting of manhood than the moments that will come to men when there is, and it has not as yet happened on this earth, equal fighting between properly manned and equipped ironclads at sea. And the well-bred young gentlemen of means, who are privileged to officer the British Army nowadays, will be no more good at this sort of thing than they are at controversial theology or electrical engineering or anything else that demands a well-exercised brain. Once the command of the air is obtained by one of the contending armies, the war must become a conflict between a seeing host and one that is blind. The victor in that aerial struggle will tower with pitilessly watchful eyes over his adversary, will concentrate his guns and all his strength unobserved, will mark all his adversary's roads and communications, and sweep them with sudden incredible disasters of shot and shell. The moral effect of this predominance will be enormous. All over the losing country, not simply at his frontier, but everywhere, the victor will soar. Everybody everywhere will be perpetually and constantly looking up, with a sense of loss and insecurity, with a vague stress of painful anticipations. By day, the victor's aeroplanes will sweep down upon the apparatus of all sorts in the adversary's rear, and will drop explosives and incendiary matters upon them. Footnote, or, in deference to the rules of war, fire them out of guns of trivial carrying power. End footnote. So that no apparatus or camp or shelter will any longer be safe. At night his high floating searchlights will go to and fro, and discover and check every desperate attempt to relieve or feed the exhausted marksmen of the fighting line. The phase of tension will pass, that weakening opposition will give, and the war from a state of mutual pressure and petty combat will develop into the collapse of the defensive lines. A general advance will occur under the aerial van. Ironclad road fighting machines may perhaps play a considerable part in this, and the enemy's line of marksmen will be driven back, or starved into surrender, or broken up and hunted down. As the superiority of the attack becomes week by week more and more evident, its assaults will become more dashing and far-reaching. Under the moonlight and the watching balloons there will be swift, noiseless rushes of cycles, precipitate dismounts, and the never-to-be-quite-abandoned bayonet will play its part. And now men on the losing side will thank God for the reprieve of a pitiless wind, for lightning, thunder, and rain, for any elemental disorder that will for a moment lift the descending scale. Then, under banks of fog and cloud, the victorious advance will pause and grow peeringly watchful and nervous, and mud-stained desperate men will go splashing forward into an elemental blackness, rain or snow, like a benediction on their faces, blessing the primordial savagery of nature that can still set aside the wisest devices of men, and give the unthrifty one last desperate chance to get their own again or die. End of chapter 6a. Recording by John Trevithick.
Chapter 6b of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Taylor. Anticipations by H.G. Wells. Chapter 6b. Such adventures may rescue pride and honor, may cause momentary dismay in the victor and palliate disaster, but they will not turn back the advance of the victors, or twist inferiority into victory. Presently the advance will resume. With that advance, the phase of indecisive contest will have ended, and the second phase of the new war, the business of forcing submission, will begin. This should be more easy in the future even than it has proved in the past, in spite of the fact that central governments are now elusive, and small bodies of rifle-armed guerrillas far more formidable than ever before. It will probably be brought about in the civilized country by the seizure of the vital apparatus of the urban regions, the water supply, the generating stations for electricity, which will supply all the heat and warmth of the land, and the chief ways used in food distribution. Through these expedients, even while the former war is still in progress, an irresistible pressure upon the local population will be possible, and it will be easy to subjugate or to create afresh local authorities, who will secure the invader from any danger of a guerrilla warfare upon his rear. Through that sort of an expedient, an even very obdurate loser will be got down to submission, area by area. With the destruction of its military apparatus, and the prospective loss of its water and food supply, however, the defeated civilized state will probably be willing to seek terms as a whole and bring the war to a formal close. In cases where, instead of contiguous frontiers, the combatants are separated by the sea, the aerial struggle will probably be preceded or accompanied by a struggle for the command of the sea. Of this warfare there have been many forecasts. In this, as in all the warfare of the coming time, imaginative foresight, a perpetual alteration of tactics, a perpetual production of unanticipated devices will count enormously. Other things being equal, victory will rest with the force mentally most active. What type of ship may chance to be prevalent when the great naval wars comes is hard guessing. But I incline to think that the naval architects of the ablest peoples will concentrate more and more upon speed and upon range and penetration, and, above all, upon precision of fire. I seem to see a light type of ironclad, armored thickly only over its engines and magazines, murderously equipped, and with a ram, as alert and deadly as a striking snake. In the battles of the open she will have little to fear from the slow, fumbling treacheries of the submarine. She will take as little heed of the chance of a torpedo as a barefooted man in battle does of the chance of a fallen dagger in his path. Unless I know nothing of my own blood, the English and Americans will prefer to catch their enemies in ugly weather or at night, and then they will fight to ram. The struggle on the high seas between any two naval powers, except perhaps the English and American, who have both quite unparalleled opportunities for coaling, will not last more than a week or so. One or other force will be destroyed at sea, driven into its ports and blockaded there, or cut off from its supply of coal or other force generator, and hunted down to fight or surrender. An inferior fleet that tries to keep elusively at sea will always find a superior fleet between itself and coal, and will either have to fight at once or be shot into surrender as it lies helpless on the water. Some commerce-destroying enterprise on the part of the loser may go on, but I think the possibilities of that sort of thing are greatly exaggerated. The world grows smaller and smaller. The telegraph and telephone go everywhere. Wireless telegraphy opens wider and wider possibilities to the imagination. And how the commerce destroyer is to go on for long without being marked down, headed off, cut off from coal, and forced to fight or surrender, I do not see. The commerce destroyer will have a very short run. It will have to be an exceptionally good and costly ship in the first place. It will be finally sunk or captured, and altogether, I do not see how that sort of thing will pay when once the command of the sea is assured. A few weeks will carry the effective frontier of the stronger power up to the coastline of the weaker, and permit the secure resumption of the oversea trade of the former. And then will open a second phase of naval warfare, in which the submarine may play a larger part. I must confess that my imagination, in spite even of spurring, refuses to see any sort of submarine doing anything but suffocate its crew and founder at sea. It must involve physical inconvenience of the most demoralizing sort simply to be in one for any length of time. A first-rate man who has been breathing carbonic acid and oil vapor under a pressure of 4 atmospheres becomes presently a second-rate man. Imagine yourself in a submarine that has ventured a few miles out of port. Imagine that you have a headache and nausea, and that some ship of the Cobra type is flashing itself and its searchlights about whenever you come up to the surface, and promptly tearing down on your descending bubbles with a ram, trailing perhaps a tail of grapples or a net as well. Even if you get their boat, these nicely aerated men you are fighting know they have a 4-to-1 chance of living, while for your submarine to be got is certain death. You may, of course, throw out a torpedo or so, with as much chance of hitting vitally as you would have if you were blindfolded, turned round 3 times, and told to fire revolver shots at a charging elephant. The possibility of sweeping for a submarine with a seine would be vividly present in the minds of a submarine crew. If you are near shore, you will probably be near rocks, an unpleasant complication in a hurried dive. There would probably very soon be boats out too, seeking with a machine gun or pom-pom for a chance at your occasionally emergent conning tower. In no way can a submarine be more than purblind. It will be, in fact, practically blind. Given a derelict ironclad on a still night within sight of land, a carefully handled submarine might succeed in groping its way to it and destroying it. But then it would be much better to attack such a vessel and capture it boldly with a few desperate men on a tug. At the utmost, the submarine will be used in narrow waters, in rivers, or to fluster or destroy ships in harbor, or with poor-spirited crews. That is to say, it will simply be an added power in the hands of the nation that is predominant at sea. And even then, it can be merely destructive, while a sane and high-spirited fighter will always be dissatisfied if, with an indisputable superiority of force, he fails to take. Footnote. A curious result might very possibly follow a success of submarines on the part of a naval power finally found to be weaker and defeated. The victorious power might decide that a narrow sea was no longer, under the new conditions, a comfortable boundary line, and might insist on marking its boundaries along the high water mark of its adversaries' adjacent coasts. End footnote. No, the naval warfare of the future is for light, swift ships, almost recklessly not defensive and with splendid guns and gunners. They will hit hard and ram, and warfare which is taken to cover on land will abandon it at sea. And the captain, and the engineer, and the gunner will have to be all of the same sort of men, capable, headlong men, with brains and no ascertainable social position. They will differ from the officers of the British Navy in the fact that the whole male sex of the nation will have been ransacked to get them. The incredible stupidity that closes all but a menial position in the British Navy to the sons of those who cannot afford to pay $100 a year for them for some years necessarily brings the individual quality of the British naval officer below the highest possible, quite apart from the deficiencies that must exist on account of the badness of secondary education in England. The British naval officer and engineer are not made the best of, good as they are. Indisputably, they might be infinitely better both in quality and training. The smaller German Navy probably has an ampler pick of men relatively, is far better educated, less confident, and more strenuous. But the abstract Navy I am here writing of will be superior to either of these, and like the American, in the absence of any distinction between officers and engineers, the officer will be an engineer. The military advantages of the command of the sea will probably be greater in the future than they have been in the past. A fleet with aerial supports would be able to descend upon any portion of the adversary's coast it chose, and to dominate the country inland for several miles with its gunfire. All the enemy's sea-coast towns would be at its mercy. It would be able to effect landing and send raids of cyclist marksmen inland whenever a weak point was discovered. Landings will be enormously easier than they have ever been before. Once a wedge of marksmen has been driven inland, they would have all the military advantages of the defense when it came to eject them. They might, for example, encircle and block some fortified post, and force costly and disastrous attempts to relieve it. The defensive country would stand at bay, tethered against any effective counterblow, keeping guns, supplies, and men in perpetual and distressing movement to and fro along its sea frontiers. Its soldiers would get uncertain rest, irregular feeding, unhealthy conditions of all sorts in hastily made camps. The attacking fleet would divide and reunite, break up and vanish, amazingly, reappear. The longer the defender's coast, the more wretched his lot. Never before in the world's history was the command of the sea worth what it is now. But the command of the sea is, after all, like military predominance on land, to be ensured only by superiority of equipment in the hands of a certain type of man. A type of man that it becomes more and more impossible to improvise, that a country must live for through many years, and that no country on earth at present can be said to be doing its best possible to make. All this elaboration of warfare lengthens the scale between theoretical efficiency and absolute unpreparedness. There was a time when any tribe that had men and spears was ready for war, and any tribe that had some cunning or emotion at command might hope to discount any little disparity in numbers between itself and its neighbor. Luck and stubbornness and the incalculable counted for much. It was half the battle not to know you were beaten, and it is so still. Even today, a great nation, it seems, may still make its army the plaything of its gentlefolk, abandon important military appointments to feminine intrigue, and trust cheerfully to the homesickness and essential modesty of its influential people, and the simpler patriotism of its colonial dependencies when it comes at last to the bloody and wearisome business of muddling through. But these days of the happy-go-lucky optimist are near their end. War is being drawn into the field of exact sciences. Every additional weapon, every new complication of the art of war, intensifies the need of deliberate preparation, and darkens the outlook of a nation of amateurs. Warfare in the future, on sea or land alike, will be much more one-sided than it has ever been in the past, much more of a foregone conclusion. Save for national lunacy, it will be brought about by the side that will win, and because that side knows that it will win. More and more it will have the quality of surprise, of pitiless revelation. Instead of the seesaw, the bickering interchange of battles of the old time will come swiftly and amazingly, blow and blow and blow. No pause, no time for recovery. Disasters cumulative and irreparable. The fight will never be in practice between equal sides, never be that theoretical deadlock we have sketched, but a fight between the more efficient and the less efficient, between the more inventive and the more traditional. While the victors, disciplined and grimly intent, full of the sombre yet glorious delight of a great thing well done, will, without shouting or confusion, be fighting like one great national body, the losers will be taking that pitiless exposure of the helplessness in such a manner as their natural culture and character may determine. War for the losing side will be an unspeakable, pitiable business. There will be first of all the coming of the war, the wave of excitement, the belligerent shouting of the unemployed inefficients, the flag waving, the secret doubts, the eagerness for hopeful news, the impatience of the warning voice. I seem to see, almost as if he were symbolic, the grey old general, the general who learnt his art of war away in the vanished 19th century, the altogether too elderly general with his epaulettes and decorations, his uniform that has still its historical value, his spurs and his sword, riding along on his obsolete horse by the side of his doomed column. Above all things he is a gentleman, and the column looks at him lovingly with its countless boys' faces, and the boys' eyes are infinitely trustful, for he has won battles in the old time. They will believe in him to the end. They have been brought up in their schools to believe in him and his class. Their mothers have mingled respect for the gentlefolk with the simple doctrines of their faith. Their first lesson on entering the army was the salute. The smart helmets His Majesty or some such unqualified person chose for them lie hotly on their young brows, and over their shoulders slope their obsolete, carelessly sighted guns. Tramp, tramp they march, doing what they have been told to do, incapable of doing anything they have not been told to do, trustful and pitiful, marching to wounds and disease, hunger, hardship, and death. They know nothing of what they are going to meet, nothing of what they will have to do. Religion and the ratepayer and the rights of the parent, working through the instrumentality of the best club in the world, have kept their souls and minds, if not untainted, at least only harmlessly veneered with the thinnest sham of training or knowledge. Tramp, tramp, they go, boys who will never be men, rejoicing patriotically in the nation that has thus sent them forth, badly armed, badly clothed, badly led, to be killed in some avoidable quarrel by men unseen. And beside them, an absolute stranger to them, a stranger even in habits of speech and thought, and at any rate to be shot with them fairly and squarely, marches the subaltern, the son of the school-burking, shareholding class, a slightly taller sort of boy, as ill-taught as they are in all that concerns the realities of life, ignorant of how to get food, how to get water, how to keep fever down and strength up, ignorant of his practical equality with the men beside him, carefully trained under the clerical headmaster to use a crib, play cricket rather nicely, look all right whatever happens, believe in his gentility and avoid talking shop. The major, you see, is a man of the world, and very pleasantly meets the grey general's eye. He is, one may remark by the way, something of an army reformer, without offense, of course, to the court people or the government people. His prospects, if only he were not going to be shot, are brilliant enough. He has written quite cleverly on the question of recruiting, and advocated as much as 2 pence more a day, and billiard rooms under the chaplain's control. He has invented a military bicycle with a wheel of solid iron that can be used as a shield, and a war correspondent, and, indeed, anyone who writes even the most casual and irresponsible article on military questions is a person worth his cultivating. He is the very life and soul of army reform, as it is known to the governments of the grey, that is to say, army reform without a single step towards a social revolution. So the gentlemanly old general, the polished drover to the shambles, rides, and is doomed to call and march by, in this vision that haunts my mind. I cannot foresee what such a force will even attempt to do against modern weapons. Nothing can happen but the needless and most wasteful and pitiful killing of these poor lads who make up the infantry battalions, the main mass of all the European armies of today, whenever they come against a sanely organized army. There is nowhere they can come in. There is nothing they can do. The scattered invisible marksmen with their supporting guns will shatter their masses, pick them off individually, cover their line of retreat, and force them into wholesale surrenders. It will be more like herding sheep than actual fighting. Yet the bitterest and cruelest things will have to happen. Thousands and thousands of poor boys will be smashed in all sorts of dreadful ways, and given over to every conceivable form of avoidable hardship and painful disease, before the obvious fact that war is no longer a business for half-trained lads in uniform, led by parson-bred sixth-form boys, and men of pleasure, and old men, but an exhaustive demand upon very carefully educated adults for the most strenuous best that is in them, will get its practical recognition. Footnote. There comes to hand as I correct these proofs a very typical illustration of the atmosphere of really almost imbecile patronage in which the British private soldier lives. It is a circular from someone at Lydd, someone who evidently cannot even write English, but who is nevertheless begging for an iron hut in which to inflict lessons on our soldiers. At present, says this circular, it is pretty to see in the home a group of gunners busily occupied in wool work or learning basket making, whilst one of their number sings or recites, and others are playing games or letter writing. But even quite recently, the members of the Bible Reading Union and one of the ladies might have been seen painfully crowded behind screens, choosing the golden text with lowered voices and trying to pray without distraction. Whilst at the other end of the room men were having supper, and halfway down a dozen Irish militia, who don't care to read but are keen on a story, were gathered round another lady, who was telling them an amusing temperance tale, trying to speak so that the Bible readers should not hear her, and yet the Leinsters should, was a difficulty. But when the Irishmen begged for a song, difficulty became impossibility, and their friend had to say no. Yet this is just the double work required in soldiers' homes, and above all at Lydd, where there is so little safe amusement to be had in camp, and none in the village. These poor youngsters go from this safe amusement, under the loving care of lady workers, this life of limitation, make-believe, and spiritual servitude that a self-respecting Negro would find intolerable, into a warfare that exacts initiative and a freely acting intelligence from all who take part in it, under the bitterest penalties of shame and death. What can you expect of them? And how can you expect any men of capacity and energy, any men, even of mediocre self-respect, to knowingly place themselves under the tutelage of the sort of people who dominate these organized degradations? I am amazed the Army gets so many capable recruits as it does. And while the private lives under these conditions, the would-be capable officer stifles amidst equally impossible surroundings. He must associate with the uneducated products of the public schools, and listen to their chatter about the sports that delight them, suffer social indignities from the army women, worry and waste money on needless clothes, and expect to end by being shamed or killed by some unfairly promoted incapable. Nothing illustrates the intellectual blankness of the British Army better than its absolute dearth of military literature. No one would dream of gaining any profit by writing or publishing a book upon such a subject, for example, as mountain warfare in England, because not a dozen British officers would have the sense to buy such a book, and yet the British Army is continually getting into scrapes in mountain districts. A few unselfish men like Major Peach find time to write an essay or so, and that is all. On the other hand, I find no less than 5 works in French on this subject in M. Chaplets and C's list alone. On guerrilla warfare again, and after 2 years of South Africa, while there is nothing in English but some scattered papers by Dr. T. Miller Maguire, there are nearly a dozen good books in French. As a supplement to these facts is the spectacle of the officers of the Guards telegraphing to Sir Thomas Lipton on the occasion of the defeat of his Shamrock II. Hard luck. Be of good cheer. Brigade of Guards wish you every success. This is not the foolish enthusiasm of 1 or 2 subalterns. It is collective. They followed that yacht race with emotion. Is a really important thing to them. No doubt the whole mess was in a state of extreme excitement. How can capable and active men be expected to live and work between this upper and that nether millstone? The British Army not only does not attract ambitious, energetic men, it repels them. I must confess that I see no hope either in the rulers, the traditions, or the manhood of the British regular army to forecast its escape from the bog of ignorance and negligence in which it wallows. Far better than any of projected reforms would it be to let the existing army severely alone, to cease to recruit for it, to retain, at the expense of its officers, assisted perhaps by subscriptions from ascendant people like Sir Thomas Lipton, its messes, its uniforms, its games, bands, entertainments, and splendid memories as an appendage of the court, and to create, in absolute independence of it, battalions and batteries of efficient, professional soldiers, without social prestige or social distinctions, without bands, dress uniforms, colors, chaplains, or honorary colonels, and to embody these as a real marching army perpetually en route throughout the empire, a reading, thinking, experimenting army under an absolutely distinct war office, with its own colleges, depots, and training camps perpetually ready for war. I cannot help but think that if a hint were taken from the Turbinia Syndicate, a few enterprising persons of means and intelligence might do much by private experiment to supplement and replace the existing state of affairs. End footnote. Well, in the ampler prospect, even this haunting tragedy of innumerable avoidable deaths is but an incidental thing. They die, and their troubles are over. The larger fact, after all, is the inexorable tendency in things to make a soldier a skilled and educated man, and to link him in sympathy and organization with the engineer and the doctor, and all the continually developing mass of scientifically educated men that the advance of science and mechanism is producing. We are dealing with the interplay of 2 worldwide forces that work through distinctive and contrasted tendencies to a common end. We have the force of invention insistent upon progress of the peace organization, which tends on the one hand to throw out great useless masses of people, the people of the abyss, and on the other hand to develop a sort of adiposity of functionless wealthy, a speculative elephantiasis, and to promote the development of a new social order of efficients only very painfully and slowly amidst these growing and yet disintegrating masses. And on the other hand, we have the warlike drift of such a social body, the inevitable intensification of international animosities in such a body, the absolute determination evident in the scheme of things to smash such a body, to smash it just as far as it is such a body, under the hammer of war, that must finally bring about rapidly, and under pressure, the same result as that to which the peaceful evolution slowly tends. While we are as yet only thinking of a physiological struggle, of complex reactions and slow absorptions, comes war with the surgeon's knife. War comes to simplify the issue and line out the thing with knife-like cuts. The law that dominates the future is glaringly plain. A people must develop and consolidate its educated efficient classes, or be beaten in war and give way upon all points where its interests conflict with the interests of more capable people. It must foster and accelerate that natural segregation which has been discussed in the 3rd and 4th chapters of these Anticipations, or perish. The war of the coming time will really be won in schools and colleges and universities, wherever men write and read and talk together. The nation that produces in the near future the largest proportional development of educated and intelligent engineers and agriculturalists, of doctors, schoolmasters, professional soldiers, and intellectually active people of all sorts. The nation that most resolutely picks over, educates, sterilizes, exports, or poisons its people of the abyss. The nation that succeeds most subtly in checking gambling and the moral decay of women and homes that gambling inevitably entails. The nation that by wise interventions, death duties and the like, contrives to expropriate and extinguish incompetent rich families while leaving individual ambitions free. The nation, in a word, that turns the greatest proportion of its irresponsible adiposity into social muscle will certainly be the nation that will be the most powerful in warfare as in peace, will certainly be the ascendant or dominant nation before the year 2000. In the long run, no heroism and no accidents can alter that. No flag waving, no patriotic leagues, no visiting of essentially petty imperial personages hither and thither, no smashing of the windows of outspoken people, nor seizures of papers and books will arrest the march of national defeat. And this issue is already so plain and simple. The alternatives are becoming so piteously clear that even in the stupidest court and the stupidest constituencies, it must presently begin in some dim way to be felt. A time will come when so many people will see this issue clearly that it will gravely affect political and social life. The patriotic party, the particular gang that is of lawyers, brewers, landlords, and railway directors that wishes to be dominant, will be forced to become an efficient party in profession at least, will be forced to stimulate and organize that educational and social development that may at last even bring patriotism under control. The rulers of the grey, the democratic politician and the democratic monarch, will be obliged year by year by the very nature of things to promote the segregation of colors within the grey, to foster the power that will finally supersede democracy and monarchy altogether, the power of the scientifically educated, disciplined specialist, and that finally is the power of saints, the power of the thing that is provably right. It may be delayed, but it cannot be defeated. In the end it must arrive, if not today and among our people, then tomorrow and among another people who will triumph in our overthrow. This is the lesson that must be learnt, that some tongue and kindred of the coming time must inevitably learn. But what tongue it will be, and what kindred that will first attain this new development, opens far more complex and far less certain issues than any we have hitherto considered. End of chapter 6b. Recording by Christopher Taylor.
Chapter 7a of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anticipations by H. G. Wells. Chapter 7a. The Conflict of Languages. We have brought together thus far in these anticipations the material for the picture of a human community somewhere towards the year 2000. We have imagined its roads, the type and appearance of its homes, its social developments, its internal struggle for organization. We have speculated upon its moral and aesthetic condition, read its newspaper, made an advanced criticism upon the lack of universality in its literature, and attempted to imagine it at war. We have decided in particular that unlike the civilized community of the immediate past, which lived either in sharply defined towns or agriculturally over a wide country, this population will be distributed in a quite different way, a little more thickly over vast urban regions, and a little less thickly over less attractive or less convenient or less industrial parts of the world. And implicit in all that has been written there, has appeared an unavoidable assumption that the coming community will be vast, something geographically more extensive than most and geographically different from almost all existing communities, that the outline its creative forces will draw not only does not coincide with existing political centres and boundaries, but will be more often than not in direct conflict with them, uniting areas that are separated and separating areas that are united, grouping here half a dozen tongues and peoples together, and there tearing apart homogeneous bodies and distributing the fragments among separate groups. And it will now be well to inquire a little into the general causes of these existing divisions, the political boundaries of today, and the still older contours of language and race. It is first to be remarked that each of these sets of boundaries is superimposed, as it were, on the older sets. The race areas, for example, which are now not traceable in Europe at all, must have represented old regions of separation. The language areas, which have little or no essential relation to racial distribution, have also given way long since to the newer forces that have united and consolidated nations. And the still newer forces that have united and separated the 19th century states have been, and in many cases are still, in manifest conflict with national ideas. Now, in the original separation of human races, in the subsequent differentiation and spread of languages, in the separation of men into nationalities, and in the union and splitting of states and empires, we have to deal essentially with the fluctuating manifestations of the same fundamental shaping factor which will determine the distribution of urban districts in the coming years. Every boundary of the ethnographical, linguistic, political, and commercial map, as a little consideration will show, has indeed been traced in the first place by the means of transit, under the compulsion of geographical contours. There are evident in Europe 4 or 5 or more very distinct racial types, and since the methods and rewards of barbaric warfare and the nature of the chief chattels of barbaric trade have always been diametrically opposed to racial purity, their original separation could only have gone on through such an entire lack of communication as prevented either trade or warfare between the bulk of the differentiating bodies. These original racial types are now inextricably mingled. Unobservant, over-scholarly people talk or write in the profoundest manner about a Teutonic race and a Celtic race, and institute all sorts of curious contrasts between these phantoms, but these are not races at all if physical characteristics have anything to do with race. The Dane, the Bavarian, the Prussian, the Frieslander, the Wessex peasant, the Kentish man, the Virginian, the man from New Jersey, the Norwegian, the Swede, and the Transvaal Boer are generalized about, for example, as Teutonic, while the short, dark, cunning sort of Welshman, the tall and generous Highlander, the miscellaneous Irish, the square-headed Breton, and any sort of Cornwall peasant are Celts within the meaning of this oil-lamp anthropology. Footnote: under the intoxication of the Celtic Renaissance, the most diverse sorts of human beings have foregathered and met face to face, and been photographed pan-Celtically, and have no doubt gloated over these collective photographs, without any of them realizing, it seems, what a miscellaneous thing the Celtic race must be. There is nothing that may or may not be a Celt, and I know, for example, professional Celts who are, so far as race, manners, accents, morals, and ideals go, indistinguishable from other people who are, I am told, indisputably Assyroid Jews. End footnote. People who believe in this sort of thing are not the sort of people that one attempts to convert by a set argument. One need only say the thing is not so. There is no Teutonic race, and there never has been. There is no Celtic race, and there never has been. No one has ever proved or attempted to prove the existence of such races. The thing has always been assumed. They are dogmas with nothing but questionable authority behind them, and the onus of proof rests on the believer. This nonsense about Celtic and Teutonic is no more science than Lombroso's extraordinary assertions about criminals, or palmistry, or the development of religion from a solar myth. Indisputably, there are several races intermingled in the European populations. I am inclined to suspect the primitive European races may be found to be so distinct as to resist confusion and pamnyxia through hybridization. But there is no inkling of a satisfactory analysis yet that will discriminate what these races were and define them in terms of physical and moral character. The fact remains there is no such thing as a racially pure and homogeneous community in Europe distinct from other communities. Even among the Jews, according to Erckert and Chantre and J. Jacobs, there are markedly divergent types. There may have been two original elements, and there have been extensive local intermixtures. Long before the beginnings of history, while even language was in its first beginnings, indeed, as another aspect of the same process as the beginning of language, the first complete isolations that established race were breaking down again. The little pools of race were running together into less homogeneous lagoons and marshes of humanity. The first paths were being worn, war paths for the most part. Still, differentiation would be largely at work. Without frequent intercourse, frequent interchange of women as the great factor in that intercourse, the tribes and bands of mankind would still go on separating, would develop dialectic and customary, if not physical and moral differences. It was no longer a case of pools, perhaps, but they were still in lakes. There were as yet no open seas of mankind. With advancing civilization, with iron weapons and war discipline, with established paths and a social rule, and presently with the coming of the horse, what one might call the areas of assimilation would increase in size. A stage would be reached when the only checks to transit of a sufficiently convenient sort to keep language uniform would be the sea or mountains, or a broad river, or pure distance. And presently the rules of the game, so to speak, would be further altered, and the unifications and isolations that were establishing themselves upset altogether and brought into novel conflict by the beginnings of navigation, whereby an impassable barrier became a highway. The commencement of actual European history coincides with the closing phases of what was probably a very long period of a foot and occasional horseback state of communications, the adjustment so arrived at being already in an early state of rearrangement through the advent of the ship. The communities of Europe were still for the larger part small isolated tribes and kingdoms, such kingdoms as a mainly pedestrian militia, or at any rate a militia without transport, and drawn from, and soon drawn home again by, agricultural work, might hold together. The increase of transit facilities between such communities, by the development of shipping and the invention of the wheel and the made road, spelt increased trade perhaps for a time, but very speedily a more extensive form of war, and in the end either the wearing away of differences and union, or conquest. Man is the creature of a struggle for existence, incurably egoistic and aggressive. Convince him of the gospel of self-abnegation even, and he instantly becomes its zealous missionary, taking great credit that his expedients to ram it into the minds of his fellow creatures do not include physical force. And if that is not self-abnegation, he asks, what is? So he has been, and so he is likely to remain. Not to be so is to die of abnegation and extinguish the type. Improvement in transit between communities formerly for all practical purposes isolated, means therefore, and always has meant, and I imagine always will mean, that now they can get at one another. And they do. They interbreed and fight, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Unless Providence is belied in his works, that is what they are meant to do. A third invention which, though not a means of transit like the wheeled vehicle and the ship, was yet a means of communication, rendered still larger political reactions possible, and that was the development of systems of writing. The first empires and some sort of written speech arose together. Just as a kingdom, as distinguished from a mere tribal group of villages, is almost impossible without horses, so is an empire without writing and post-roads. The history of the whole world for 3,000 years is the history of a unity larger than the small kingdom of the heptarchy type, endeavouring to establish itself under the stress of these discoveries of horse traffic and shipping and the written word, the history, that is, of the consequences of the partial shattering of the barriers that had been effectual enough to prevent the fusion of more than tribal communities through all the long ages before the dawn of history. East of the Gobi-Pamir barrier there has slowly grown up under these new conditions the Chinese system. West and north of the Sahara-Gobi barrier of deserts and mountains, the extraordinarily strong and spacious conceptions of the Romans succeeded in dominating the world, and do indeed, in a sort of mutilated way, by the powers of great words and wide ideas, in Caesarism and imperialism, in the titles of Czar, Kaiser and Imperator, in papal pretension and countless political devices, dominate it to this hour. For a while these conceptions sustained a united and to a large extent organized empire over very much of this space. But at its stablest time, this union was no more than a political union, the spreading of a thin layer of Latin-speaking officials, of a thin network of roads, and a very thin veneer indeed of customs and refinements over the scarcely touched national masses. It checked, perhaps, but it nowhere succeeded in stopping the slow but inevitable differentiation of province from province and nation from nation. The forces of transit that permitted the Roman imperialism and its partial successors to establish wide ascendancies were not sufficient to carry the resultant unity beyond the political stage. There was unity, but not unification. Tongues and writing ceased to be pure without ceasing to be distinct. Sympathies, religious and social practices ran apart and rounded themselves off like drops of oil on water. Travel was restricted to the rulers and the troops, and to a wealthy leisure class. Commerce was for most of the constituent provinces of the empire a commerce in superficialities, and each province, except for Italy, which latterly became dependent on an overseas food supply, was in all essential things autonomous, could have continued in existence, rulers and ruled, arts, luxuries, and refinements, just as they stood, if all other lands and customs had been swept out of being. Local convulsions and revolutions, conquests and developments occurred indeed, but though the stones were altered, the mosaic remained, and the general size and character of its constituent pieces remained. So it was under the Romans, so it was in the 18th century, and so it would probably have remained as long as the post road and the sailing ship were the most rapid forms of transit within the reach of man. Wars and powers and princes came and went, that was all. Nothing was changed. There was only one state more or less. Even in the 18th century the process of real unification had effected so little that not one of the larger kingdoms of Europe escaped a civil war, not a class war, but a really internal war between one part of itself and another in that 100 years. In spite of Rome's few centuries of unstable empire, internal wars, a perpetual struggle against finally triumphant disruption, seemed to be the unavoidable destiny of every power that attempted to rule over a larger radius than at most 100 miles. So evident was this, that many educated English persons thought then, and many who are not in the habit of analyzing operating causes still think today, that the wide diffusion of the English-speaking people is a mere preliminary to their political, social, and linguistic disruption. The 18th century breach with the United States is made a precedent of, and the unification that followed the War of Union and the growing unification of Canada is overlooked. That linguistic differences of custom, costume, prejudice, and the like, will finally make the Australian, the Canadian of English blood, the Virginian, and the English Afrikander, as incomprehensible and unsympathetic one to another as Spaniard and Englishman, or Frenchman and German are now. On such a supposition all our current imperialism is the most foolish defiance of the inevitable, the maddest waste of blood, treasure, and emotion that man ever made. So indeed it might be, so indeed I certainly think it would be, if it were not that the epoch of post-road and sailing ship is at an end. We are in the beginning of a new time, with such forces of organization and unification at work in mechanical traction, in the telephone and telegraph, in the whole wonderland of novel space-destroying appliances, and in the correlated inevitable advance in practical education, as the world has never felt before. The operation of these unifying forces is already to be very distinctly traced in the check, the arrest indeed, of any further differentiation in existing tongues, even in the most widely spread. In fact, it is more than an arrest even. The forces of differentiation have been driven back, and an actual process of assimilation has set in. In England, at the commencement of the 19th century, the common man of Somerset and the common man of Yorkshire, the Sussex peasant, the Caithness cottar, and the common Ulsterman, would have been almost incomprehensible to one another. They differed in accent, in idiom, and in their very names for things. They differed in their ideas about things. They were, in plain English, foreigners one to another. Now they differ only in accent, and even that is a dwindling difference. Their language has become ampler because now they read. They read books, or at any rate they learn to read out of books, and certainly they read newspapers and those scrappy periodicals that people like bishops pretend to think so detrimental to the human mind, periodicals that it is cheaper to make at centres and uniformly than locally in accordance with local needs. Since the newspaper cannot fit the locality has to broaden its mind to the newspaper, and to ideas acceptable in other localities. The word and the idiom of the literary language and the pronunciation suggested by its spelling tends to prevail over the local usage. And, moreover, there is a persistent mixing of people going on, migration in search of employment, and so on, quite unprecedented before the railways came. Few people are content to remain in that locality and state of life into which it has pleased God to call them. As a result, dialectic purity has vanished. Dialects are rapidly vanishing, and novel differentiations are retarded or arrested altogether. Such novelties as do establish themselves in a locality are widely disseminated almost at once in books and periodicals. A parallel arrest of dialectic separation has happened in France, in Italy, in Germany, and in the States. It is not a process peculiar to any one nation. It is simply an aspect of the general process that has arisen out of mechanical locomotion. The organization of elementary education has no doubt been an important factor, but the essential influence working through this circumstance is the fact that paper is relatively cheap to typesetting, and both cheap to authorship, even the commonest sorts of authorship, and the wider the area a periodical or book serves, the bigger, more attractive, and better it can be made for the same money. And clearly this process of assimilation will continue. Even local differences of accent seem likely to follow. The itinerant dramatic company, the itinerant preacher, the coming extension of telephones and the phonograph, which at any time, in some application to correspondence or instruction, may cease to be a toy, all these things attack, or threaten to attack, the weeds of differentiation before they can take root. And this process is not restricted to dialects merely. The native of a small country who knows no other language than the tongue of his country becomes increasingly at a disadvantage in comparison with the user of any of the three great languages of the Europeanized world. For his literature he depends on the scanty writers who are, in his own case, and write or have written in his own tongue. Necessarily they are few, because necessarily with a small public there can be only subsistence for a few. For his science he is in a worse case. His country can produce neither teachers nor discoverers to compare with the numbers of such workers in the larger areas, and it will neither pay them to write original matter for his instruction, nor to translate what has been written in other tongues. The larger the number of people reading a tongue, the larger, other things being equal, will be not only the output of more or less original literature in that tongue, but also the more profitable and numerous will be translations of whatever has value in other tongues. Moreover, the larger the reading public in any language, the cheaper will it be to supply copies of the desired work. In the matter of current intelligence, the case of the speaker of the small language is still worse. His newspaper will need to be cheaply served. His home intelligence will be cut and restricted, his foreign news belated and second-hand. Moreover, to travel even a little distance or to conduct anything but the smallest business enterprise will be exceptionally inconvenient to him. The Englishman who knows no language but his own may travel well nigh all over the world, and everywhere meet someone who can speak his tongue. But what of the Welsh-speaking Welshman? What of the Basque and the Lithuanian who can speak only his mother tongue? Everywhere such a man is a foreigner, and with all the foreigner's disadvantages. In most places he is, for all practical purposes, deaf and dumb. The inducements to an Englishman, Frenchman, or German to become bilingual are great enough nowadays, but the inducements to a speaker of the smaller languages are rapidly approaching compulsion. He must do it in self-defense. To be an educated man in his own vernacular has become an impossibility. He must either become a mental subject of one of the greater languages or sink to the intellectual status of a peasant. But if our analysis of social development was correct, the peasant of today will be represented tomorrow by the people of no account whatever, the classes of extinction, the people of the abyss. If that analysis was correct, the essential nation will be all of educated men. That is to say, the essential nation will speak some dominant language or cease to exist, whatever its primordial tongue may have been. It will pass out of being and become a mere local area of the lower social stratum, a problem for the philanthropic amateur. The action of the force of attraction of the great tongues is cumulative. It goes on as bodies fall with a steady acceleration. The more the great tongues prevail over the little languages, the less will be the inducement to write and translate into these latter, the less the inducement to master them with any care or precision. And so this attack upon the smaller tongues, this gravitation of those who are born to speak them towards the great languages, is not only to be seen going on in the case of such languages as Flemish, Welsh, or Basque, but even in the case of Norwegian and of such great and noble tongue as the Italian. I am afraid that the trend of things makes for a similar suppression. All over Italy is the French newspaper and the French book. French wins its way more and more there, as English, I understand, is doing in Norway, and English and German in Holland. And in the coming years, when the reading public will, in the case of the Western nations, be practically the whole functional population, when travel will be more extensive and abundant, and the interchange of printed matter still cheaper and swifter, and above all with the spread of the telephone, the process of subtle, bloodless, unpremeditated annexation will conceivably progress much more rapidly even than it does at present. The 20th century will see the effectual crowding out of most of the weaker languages, if not a positive crowding out, yet at least, as in Flanders, a supplementing of them by the superposition of one or other of a limited number of world languages over the area in which each is spoken. This will go on not only in Europe, but with varying rates of progress and local eddies and interruptions over the whole world. Except in the special case of China and Japan, where there may be a unique development, the peoples of the world will escape from the wreckage of their too small and swamped and foundering social systems only up the ladders of what one may call the aggregating tongues. What will these aggregating world languages be? If one has regard only to its extension during the 19th century, one may easily incline to overrate the probabilities of English becoming the chief of these. But a great part of the vast extension of English that has occurred has been due to the rapid reproduction of originally English-speaking peoples, the emigration of foreigners into English-speaking countries in quantities too small to resist the contagion about them, and the compulsion due to the political and commercial preponderance of a people too illiterate to readily master strange tongues. None of these causes have any essential permanence. When one comes to look more closely into the question, one is surprised to discover how slow the extension of English has been in the face of apparently far less convenient tongues. English still fails to replace the French language in French Canada, and its ascendancy is doubtful today in South Africa, after nearly a century of British dominion. It has none of the contagious quality of French, and the small class that monopolizes the direction of British affairs, and probably will monopolize it yet for several decades, has never displayed any great zeal to propagate its use. Of the few ideas possessed by the British governing class, the destruction and discouragement of schools and colleges is, unfortunately, one of the chief, and there is an absolute incapacity to understand the political significance of the language question. The Hindu who is at pains to learn and use English encounters something uncommonly like hatred disguised in a facetious form. He will certainly read little about himself in English that is not grossly contemptuous to reward him for his labour. The possibilities that have existed, and that do still in a dwindling degree exist, for resolute statesmen to make English the common language of communication for all Asia south and east of the Himalayas, will have to develop of their own force or dwindle and pass away. They may quite probably pass away. There is no sign that either the English or the Americans have a sufficient sense of the importance of linguistic predominance in the future of their race to interfere with natural processes in this matter for many years to come. Among peoples not actually subject to British or American rule, and who are neither waiters nor commercial travellers, the inducements to learn English rather than French or German do not increase. If our initial assumptions are right, the decisive factor in this matter is the amount of science and thought the acquisition of a language will afford the man who learns it. It becomes, therefore, a fact of very great significance that the actual number of books published in English is less than that in French or German, and that the proportion of serious books is very greatly less. A large proportion of English books are novels adapted to the minds of women or of boys and superannuated businessmen, stories designed rather to allay than stimulate thought. They are the only books, indeed, that are profitable to publisher and author alike. In this connection they do not count, however. No foreigner is likely to learn English for the pleasure of reading Miss Marie Corelli in the original, or of drinking untranslatable elements from The Helmet of Navarre. The present conditions of book production for the English reading public offer no hope of any immediate change in this respect. There is neither honour nor reward, there is not even food or shelter for the American or Englishman who devotes a year or so of his life to the adequate treatment of any spacious question, and so small is the English reading public with any special interest in science, that a great number of important foreign scientific works are never translated into English at all. Such interesting compilations as Bloch's work on war, for example, must be read in French. In English, only a brief summary of his results is to be obtained under a sensational heading. Footnote: Is war now impossible? And see also footnote page 210. End footnote. Schopenhauer, again, is only to be got quite stupidly Bowdlerized, explained, and selected in English. Many translations that are made into English are made only to sell. They are too often the work of sweated women and girls, very often quite without any special knowledge of the matter they translate. They are difficult to read and untrustworthy to quote. The production of books in English, except the author be a wealthy amateur, rests finally upon the publishers, and publishers today stand a little lower than ordinary tradesmen in not caring at all whether the goods they sell are good or bad. Unusual books, they allege, and all good books are unusual, are difficult to handle, and the author must pay the fine, amounting more often than not to the greater portion of his interest in the book. There is no criticism to control the advertising enterprises of publishers and authors, and no sufficiently intelligent reading public has differentiated out of the confusion to encourage attempts at critical discrimination. The organs of the great professions and technical trades are as yet not alive to the part their readers must play in the public life of the future, and ignore all but strictly technical publications. A bastard criticism, written in many cases by publishers' employees, a criticism having a very direct relation to the advertisement columns, attributes praise and blame in the periodic press. There is no body of great men, either in England or America, no intelligence in the British court, that might by any form of recognition compensate the philosophical or scientific writer for poverty and popular neglect. The more powerful a man's intelligence, the more distinctly he must see that to devote himself to increase the scientific or philosophical wealth of the English tongue will be to sacrifice comfort, the respect of the bulk of his contemporaries, and all the most delightful things of life, for the barren reward of a not very certain righteous self-applause. By brewing and dealing in tied houses, footnote, it is entirely for their wealth that brewers have been ennobled in England, never because of their services as captains of a great industry. Indeed, these services have been typically poor. While those men were earning their peerages by the sort of proceedings that do secure men peerages under the British Crown, the German brewers were developing the art and science of brewing with remarkable energy and success. The Germans and Bohemians can now make light beers that the English brewers cannot even imitate. They are exporting beer to England in steadily increasing volume. End footnote. By brewing and dealing in tied houses, or by selling pork and tea, or by stock jobbing and by pandering with the profits so obtained to the pleasures of the established great, a man of energy may hope to rise to a pitch of public honour and popularity immeasurably in excess of anything attainable through the most splendid intellectual performances. Heaven forbid I should overrate public honours and the company of princes, but it is not always delightful to be splashed by the wheels of cabs. Always before there has been at least a convention that the court of this country and its aristocracy were radiant centres of moral and intellectual influence, that they did to some extent check and correct the judgments of the cab rank and the beer house. But the British Crown of to-day, so far as it exists for science and literature at all, exists mainly to repudiate the claims of intellectual performance to public respect. End of chapter 7a. Recording by John Trevithick.
Chapter 7b of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Taylor. Anticipations by H.G. Wells. Chapter 7b. These things, if they were merely the grievances of the study, might very well rest there. But they must be recognized here because the intellectual decline of the published literature of the English language, using the word to cover all sorts of books, involves finally the decline of the language and of all the spacious political possibilities that go with the wide extension of a language. Conceivably, if in the coming years a deliberate attempt were made to provide sound instruction in English to all who sought it, and to all within the control of English-speaking governments, if honour and emolument were given to literary men instead of being left to them to most indelicately take, and if the present sordid trade of publishing were so lifted as to bring the whole literature, the whole science, and all the contemporary thought of the world, not some selection of the world's literature, not some obsolete encyclopedia sold meanly and basely to choke-hungry minds, but a real publication of all that has been and is being done, within the reach of each man's need and desire who had the franchise of the tongue. Then by the year 2000 I would prophesy that the whole functional body of human society would read, and perhaps even write and speak, our language. And not only that, but it might be the prevalent and everyday language of Scandinavia and Denmark and Holland, of all Africa, all North America, of the Pacific coasts of Asia and of India, the universal international language, and in a fair way to be the universal language of mankind. But such an enterprise demands a resolve and intelligence beyond all the immediate signs of the times. It implies a veritable renaissance of intellectual life among the English-speaking peoples. The probabilities of such a renaissance will be more conveniently discussed at a later stage, when we attempt to draw a broad outline of the struggle for worldwide ascendancy that the coming years will see. But here it is clear that upon the probability of such a renaissance depends the extension of the language, and not only that, but the preservation of that military and naval efficiency upon which, in this world of resolute aggression, the existence of the English-speaking communities finally depends. French and German will certainly be aggregating languages during the greater portion of the coming years. Of the two, I am inclined to think French will spread further than German. There is a disposition in the world, which the French share, to grossly undervalue the prospects of all things French, derived so far as I can gather from the facts that the French were beaten by the Germans in 1870, and that they do not breed with the abandon of rabbits or negroes. These are considerations that affect the dissemination of French very little. The French reading public is something different and very much larger than the existing French political system. The number of books published in French is greater than that published in English. There is a critical reception for a work published in French that is one of the few things worth a writer's having, and the French translators are the most alert and efficient in the world. One has only to see a Parisian bookshop and to recall an English one to realize the as yet unattainable standing of French. The serried ranks of lemon-colored volumes in the former have the whole range of human thought and interest. There are no taboos and no limits. You have everything up and down the scale, from frank indecency to stark wisdom. It is a shop for men. I remember my amazement to discover 3 copies of a translation of that most wonderful book, The Principles of Psychology of Professor William James, in a shop in l'Avenue d'Opera. 3 copies of a book that I have never seen anywhere in England outside my own house. and I am an attentive student of bookshop windows. And the French books are all so pleasant in the page, and so cheap. They are for a people that buys to read. One thinks of the English bookshop, with its gaudy reach-me-downs of gilded and embossed cover, its horribly printed novels, still more horribly illustrated, the exasperating pointless variety in size and thickness of its books. The general effect of the English book is that it is something sold by a dealer in bric-a-brac, honestly sorry the thing is a book, but who has done his best to remedy it anyhow. And all the English shopful is either brand new fiction or illustrated travel, of buns with a Grand Lama type, or gilded versions of the classic of past times done up to give away, while the French bookshop reeks of contemporary intellectual life. These things count for French as against English now, and they will count for infinitely more in the coming years. And over German also French has many advantages. In spite of the numerical preponderance of books published in Germany, it is doubtful if the German reader has quite such a Catholic feast before him as the reader of French. There is a mass of German fiction, probably as uninteresting to a foreigner as popular English and American romance. And German compared with French is an unattractive language, unmelodious, unwieldy, and cursed with a hideous and blinding lettering that the German is too patriotic to sacrifice. There has been in Germany a more powerful parallel to what one may call the honest Saxon movement among the English, that queer mental twist that moves men to call an otherwise undistinguished preface a foreword, and find a pleasurable advantage over their fellow creatures in a familiarity with eftsoons. This tendency in German has done much to arrest the simplification of idiom, and check the development of new words of classical origin. In particular, it has stood in the way of the international use of scientific terms. The Englishman, the Frenchman, and the Italian have a certain community of technical, scientific, and philosophical phraseology, and it is frequently easier for an Englishman with some special knowledge of his subject to read and appreciate a subtle and technical work in French than it is for him to fully enter into the popular matter of the same tongue. Moreover, the technicalities of these peoples, being not so immediately and constantly brought into contrast and contact with their Latin or Greek roots as they would be if they were derived, as are so many patriotic German technicalities, from native roots, are free to qualify and develop a final meaning distinct from their original intention. In the growing and changing body of science, this counts for much. The indigenous German technicality remains clumsy and compromised by its everyday relations. To the end of time it drags a lengthening chain of unsuitable associations. And the shade of meaning, the limited qualification that a Frenchman or Englishman can attain with a mere twist of the sentence, the German must either abandon or laboriously overstate with some colossal worm-cast of parenthesis. Moreover, against the German tongue there are hostile frontiers. There are hostile people who fear German preponderance, and who have set their hearts against its use. In Romania, and among the Slav, Bohemian, and Hungarian peoples, French attacks German in the flank, and has as clear a prospect of predominance. These two tongues must inevitably come into keen conflict. They will perhaps fight their battle for the linguistic conquest of Europe, and perhaps of the world, in a great urban region that will arise about the Rhine. Politically, this region lies now in 6 independent states, but economically it must become one in the next 50 years. It will almost certainly be the greatest urban region in all the world except that which will arise in the eastern states of North America, and that which may arise somewhere about Hankow. It will stretch from Lille to Kiel. It will drive extensions along the Rhine Valley into Switzerland, and fling an arm along the Moldau to Prague. It will be the industrial capital of the Old World. Paris will be its West End, and it will stretch a spider's web of railways and great roads of the new sort over the whole continent. Even when the coal-field industries of the plain give place to the industrial application of mountain-borne electricity, this great city region will remain, I believe, in its present position at the seaport end of the great plain of the Old World. Considerations of transit will keep it where it has grown, and electricity will be brought to it in mighty cables from the torrents of the Central European mountain mass. Its westward port may be Bordeaux, or Milford Haven, or even some port in the southwest of Ireland, unless, which is very unlikely, the velocity of secure sea travel can be increased beyond that of land locomotion. I do not see how this great region is to unify itself without some linguistic compromise. The Germanization of the French-speaking peoples by force is too ridiculous a suggestion to entertain. Almost inevitably, with travel, with transport communications, with every condition of human convenience insisting upon it, formally or informally, a bilingual compromise will come into operation, and to my mind at least, the chances seem even that French will emerge on the upper hand. Unless, indeed, that great renaissance of the English-speaking peoples should, after all, so overwhelmingly occur as to force this European city to be trilingual, and prepare the way by which the whole world may at last speak together in one tongue. These are the aggregating tongues. I do not think that any other tongues than these are quite likely to hold their own in the coming time. Italian may flourish in the city of the Po Valley, but only with French beside it. Spanish and Russian are mighty languages, but without a reading public, how can they prevail? And what prospect of a reading public has either? They are, I believe, already judged. By AD 2000, all these languages will be tending more and more to be the second tongues of bilingual communities, with French or English, or less probably German, winning the upper hand. But when one turns to China, there are the strangest possibilities. It is in Eastern Asia alone that there seems to be any possibility of a synthesis sufficiently great to maintain itself, arising outside of, and independently of, the interlocked system of mechanically sustained societies that is developing out of medieval Christendom. Throughout Eastern Asia, there is still, no doubt, a vast wilderness of languages, but over them all rides the Chinese writing. And very strong enough to be very gravely considered, is the possibility of that writing taking up an orthodox association of sounds, and becoming a world speech. The Japanese written language, the language of Japanese literature, tends to assimilate itself to Chinese, and fresh Chinese words and expressions are continually taking root in Japan. The Japanese are a people quite abnormal and incalculable, with a touch of romance, a conception of honor, a quality of imagination, and a clearness of intelligence that renders possible for them things inconceivable of any other existing nation. I may be the slave of perspective effects, but when I turn my mind from the pettifogging muddle of the English House of Commons, for example, that magnified vestry that is so proud of itself as a club, when I turn from that to this race of brave and smiling people, abruptly, destiny begins drawing with a bolder hand. Suppose the Japanese were to make up their minds to accelerate whatever process of synthesis were possible in China. Suppose, after all, I am not the victim of atmospheric refraction, and they are, indeed, as gallant and bold and intelligent as my baseless conception of them would have them be. They would almost certainly find cooperative elements among the educated Chinese. But this is no doubt the lesser probability. In front and rear of China, the English language stands. It has the start of all other languages, the mechanical advantage, the position. And if only we, who think and write and translate and print and put forth, could make it worth the world's having. End of Chapter 7b. Recording by Christopher Taylor.
Chapter 8a of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anticipations by H. G. Wells. Chapter 8a. The Larger Synthesis. We have seen that the essential process arising out of the growth of science and mechanism, and more particularly out of the still developing new facilities of locomotion and communication science has afforded, is the deliquescence of the social organizations of the past, and the synthesis of ampler and still ampler and more complicated and still more complicated social unities. The suggestion is powerful, the conclusion is hard to resist, that through whatever disorders of danger and conflict, whatever centuries of misunderstanding and bloodshed, men may still have to pass, this process nevertheless aims finally and will attain to the establishment of one world-state at peace within itself. In the economic sense, indeed, a world-state is already established. Even today we do all buy and sell in the same markets, albeit the owners of certain ancient rights levy their tolls here and there, and the Hindu starves, the Italian feels the pinch, before the Germans or the English go short of bread. There is no real autonomy anymore in the world, no simple right to an absolute independence such as formerly the Swiss could claim. The nations and boundaries of today do no more than mark claims to exemptions, privileges, and corners in the market, claims valid enough to those whose minds and souls are turned towards the past, but absurdities to those who look to the future as the end and justification of our present stresses. The claim to political liberty amounts, as a rule, to no more than the claim of a man to live in a parish without observing sanitary precautions or paying rates because he had an excellent great-grandfather. Against all these old isolations, these obsolescent particularisms, the forces of mechanical and scientific development fight, and fight irresistibly. And upon the general recognition of this conflict, upon the intelligence and courage with which its inflexible conditions are negotiated, depends very largely the amount of bloodshed and avoidable misery the coming years will hold. The final attainment of this great synthesis, like the social deliquescence and reconstruction dealt with in the earlier of these anticipations, has an air of being a process independent of any collective or conscious will in man, as being the expression of a greater will. It is working now, and may work out to its end vastly, and yet at times almost imperceptibly, as some huge secular movement in nature, the raising of a continent, the crumbling of a mountain chain, goes on to its appointed culmination. Or one may compare the process to a net that has surrounded, and that is drawn continually closer and closer upon, a great and varied multitude of men. We may cherish animosities, we may declare imperishable distances, we may plot and counterplot, make war and fight to a finish. The net tightens for all that. Already the need of some synthesis, at least ampler than existing national organizations, is so apparent in the world that at least 5 spacious movements of coalescence exist today. There is the movement called Anglo-Saxonism, the allied but finally very different movement of British imperialism, the Pan-Germanic movement, Pan-Slavism, and the conception of a great union of the Latin peoples. Under the outrageous treatment of the white peoples, an idea of unifying the yellow peoples is pretty certain to become audibly and visibly operative before many years. These are all deliberate and justifiable suggestions, and they all aim to sacrifice minor differences in order to link like to like in greater matters, and so secure, if not physical predominance in the world, at least an effective defensive strength for their racial, moral, customary, or linguistic differences against the aggressions of other possible coalescences. But these syntheses, or other similar synthetic conceptions, if they do not contrive to establish a rational social unity by sanely negotiated unions, will be forced to fight for physical predominance in the world. The whole trend of forces in the world is against the preservation of local social systems, however greatly and spaciously conceived. Yet it is quite possible that several or all of the cultures that will arise out of the development of these pan-this-and-that movements may in many of their features survive, as the culture of the Jews has survived, political obliteration, and may disseminate themselves as the Jewish system has disseminated itself over the whole world city. Unity by no means involves homogeneity. The greater the social organism, the more complex and varied its parts, the more intricate and varied the interplay of culture and breed and character within it. It is doubtful if either the Latin or the pre-Slavic idea contains the promise of any great political unification. The elements of the Latin synthesis are dispersed in South and Central America and about the Mediterranean basin in a way that offers no prospect of an economic unity between them. The best elements of the French people lie in the western portion of what must become the greatest urban region of the Old World, the Rhine-Netherlandish region. The interests of North Italy draw that region away from the Italy of Rome, and the south towards the Swiss and South Germany, and the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking half-breeds of South America have not only their own coalescences to arrange, but they lie already under the political tutelage of the United States. Nowhere except in France and North Italy is there any prospect of such an intellectual and educational evolution as is necessary before a great scheme of unification can begin to take effect, and the difficulties in the way of the pan-Slavic dream are far graver. Its realization is enormously hampered by the division of its languages, and the fact that in the Bohemian language, in Polish and in Russian, there exist distinct literatures almost equally splendid in achievement, but equally insufficient in quantity and range to establish a claim to replace all other Slavonic dialects. Russia, which should form the central mass of this synthesis, stagnates, relatively to the Western states, under the rule of reactionary intelligences. It does not develop, and does not seem likely to develop, the merest beginnings of that great educated middle class with which the future so enormously rests. The Russia of today is indeed very little more than a vast breeding ground for an illiterate peasantry, and the forecasts of its future greatness entirely ignore that dwindling significance of mere numbers in warfare which is the clear and necessary consequence of mechanical advance. To a large extent, I believe, the Western Slavs will follow the Prussians and Lithuanians and be incorporated in the urbanization of Western Europe, and the remoter portions of Russia seemed destined to become, are indeed becoming, abyss, a wretched and disorderly abyss that will not even be formidable to the armed and disciplined peoples of the new civilization, the last quarter of the earth perhaps, where a barbaric or absentee nobility will shadow the squalid and unhappy destinies of a multitude of hopeless and unmeaning lives. To a certain extent Russia may play the part of a vaster Ireland in her failure to keep pace with the educational and economic progress of nations which have come into economic unity with her. She will be an Ireland without emigration, a place for famines. And while Russia delays to develop anything but a fecund orthodoxy and this simple peasant life, the grooves and channels are growing ever deeper along which the currents of trade, of intellectual and moral stimulus, must presently flow towards the West. I see no region where anything like the comparatively dense urban regions that are likely to arise about the Rhineland and over the eastern states of America, for example, can develop in Russia. With railways planned boldly, it would have been possible. It might still be possible to make about Odessa a parallel to Chicago, but the existing railways run about Odessa as though Asia were unknown. And when at last the commercial awakening of what is now the Turkish Empire comes, the railway lines will probably run not north or south, but from the urban region of the more scientific Central Europeans down to Constantinople. The long route land communications in the future will become continually more swift and efficient than Baltic navigation. And it is unlikely, therefore, that St. Petersburg has any great possibilities of growth. It was founded by a man whose idea of the course of trade and civilization was the sea, wholly and solely, and in the future the sea must necessarily become more and more a last resort. With its spacious prospects, its architectural magnificence, its political quality, its desertion by the new commerce, and its terrible peasant hinterland, it may come about that a striking analogy between St. Petersburg and Dublin will finally appear. So much for the pan-Slavic synthesis. It seems improbable that it can prevail against the forces that make for the linguistic and economic annexation of the greater part of European Russia and of the minor Slavonic masses to the great Western European urban region. The political center of gravity of Russia, in its resistance to these economic movements, is palpably shifting eastward even today, but that carries it away from the Central European synthesis only towards the vastly more enormous attracting center of China. Politically, the Russian government may come to dominate China in the coming decades, but the reality beneath any such formal predominance will be the absorption of Russia beyond the range of the European pull by the synthesis of Eastern Asia. Neither the Russian literature, nor the Russian language and writing, nor the Russian civilization as a whole, have the qualities to make them irresistible to the energetic and intelligent millions of the Far East. The chances seem altogether against the existence of a great Slavonic power in the world at the beginning of the 21st century. They seem, at first glance, to lie just as heavily in favor of an aggressive pan-Germanic power struggling towards a great and commanding position athwart Central Europe and Western Asia, and turning itself at last upon the defeated Slavonic disorder. There can be no doubt that at present the Germans, with the doubtful exception of the United States, have the most efficient middle class in the world. Their rapid economic progress is to a very large extent indeed a triumph of intelligence, and their political and probably their military and naval services are still conducted with a capacity and breadth of view that find no parallel in the world. But the very efficiency of the German as a German today, and the habits and traditions of victory he has accumulated for nearly 40 years, may prove in the end a very doubtful blessing to Europe as a whole, or even to his own grandchildren. Geographical contours, economic forces, the trend of invention and social development, point to a unification of all Western Europe, but they certainly do not point to its Germanization. I have already given reasons for anticipating that the French language may not only hold its own, but prevail against German in Western Europe, and there are certain other obstacles in the way even of the union of indisputable Germans. One element in Germany's present efficiency must become more and more of an encumbrance as the years pass. The Germanic idea is deeply interwoven with the traditional empire and with the martinet methods of the Prussian monarchy. The intellectual development of the Germans is defined to a very large extent by a court-directed officialdom. In many things, that court is still inspired by the noble traditions of education and discipline that come from the days of German adversity, and the predominance of the imperial will does, no doubt, give a unity of purpose to German policy and action that adds greatly to its efficacy. But for a capable ruler, even more than for a radiantly stupid monarch, the price a nation must finally pay is heavy. Most energetic and capable people are a little intolerant of unsympathetic capacity, are apt on the underside of their egotism to be jealous, assertive, and aggressive. In the present empire of Germany there are no other great figures to balance the imperial personage, and I do not see how other great figures are likely to arise. A great number of fine and capable persons must be failing to develop, failing to tell, under the shadow of this too prepotent monarchy. There are certain limiting restrictions imposed upon Germans through the imperial activity that must finally be bad for the intellectual atmosphere which is Germany's ultimate strength. For example, the emperor professes a violent and grotesque Christianity with a ferocious pro-Teutonic father and a negligible son, and the public mind is warped into conformity with the finally impossible cant of this eccentric creed. His Imperial Majesty's disposition to regard criticism as hostility stifles the public thought of Germany. He interferes in university affairs and in literary and artistic matters with a quite remarkable confidence and incalculable consequences. The inertia of a century carries him and his Germany onward from success to success, but for all that one may doubt whether the extraordinary intellectuality that distinguished the German atmosphere in the early years of the century, and in which such men as Blumenthal and Moltke grew to greatness, in which Germany grew to greatness, is not steadily fading in the heat and blaze of the imperial sunshine. Discipline and education have carried Germany far. They are essential things. But an equally essential need for the coming time is a free play for men of initiative and imagination. Is Germany to her utmost possibility making capable men? That, after all, is the vital question, and not whether her policy is wise or foolish, or her commercial development inflated or sound. Or is Germany doing no more than cash the promises of those earlier days? After all, I do not see that she is in a greatly stronger position than was France in the early 60s, and, indeed, in many respects her present predominance is curiously analogous to that of the French Empire in those years. Death at any time may end the career of the present ruler of Germany. There is no certain insurance of one single life. This withdrawal would leave Germany organized entirely with reference to a court, and there is no trustworthy guarantee that the succeeding royal personality may not be something infinitely more vain and aggressive, or something weakly self-indulgent or unpatriotic and morally indifferent. Much has been done in the past of Germany, the infinitely less exacting past, by means of the tutor, the chamberlain, the chancellor, the wide-seeing power beyond the throne, who very unselfishly intrigues his monarch in the way that he should go. But that sort of thing is remarkably like writing a letter by means of a pen held in lazy tongs instead of the hand. A very easily imagined series of accidents may place the destinies of Germany in such lazy tongs again. When that occasion comes, will the new class of capable men on which we have convinced ourselves in these anticipations the future depends, will it be ready for its enlarged responsibilities, or will the flower of its possible members be in prison for lèse majesté, or naturalized Englishmen, or naturalized Americans, or troublesome privates under officers of indisputably aristocratic birth, or well-broken laborers, won "back to the land" under the auspices of an agrarian league? In another way, the intensely monarchical and aristocratic organization of the German Empire will stand in the way of the political synthesis of Greater Germany. Indispensable factors in that synthesis will be Holland and Switzerland, little, advantageously situated peoples, saturated with ideas of personal freedom. One can imagine a German Swiss, at any rate, merging himself in a great pan-Germanic republican state, but to bow the knee to the luridly decorated god of his Imperial Majesty's fathers will be an altogether more difficult exploit for a self-respecting man. Moreover, before Germany can unify to the east, she must fight the Russian, and to unify to the west, she must fight the French, and perhaps the English, and she may have to fight a combination of these powers. I think the military strength of France is enormously underrated. Upon this matter, M. Bloch should be read. Indisputably the French were beaten in 1870, indisputably they have fallen behind in their long struggle to maintain themselves equal with the English on the sea, but neither of these things efface the future for the French. The disasters of 1870 were probably of the utmost benefit to the altogether too sanguine French imagination. They cleared the French mind of the delusion that personal imperialism is the way to do the desirable thing, a delusion many Germans, and, it would seem, a few queer Englishmen, and still queerer Americans, entertain. The French have done much to demonstrate the possibility of a stable military republic. They have disposed of crown and court, and held themselves in order for 30 good years. They have dissociated their national life from any form of religious profession. They have contrived a freedom of thought and writing that, in spite of much conceit to the contrary, is quite impossible among the English-speaking peoples. I find no reason to doubt the implication of M. Bloch that on land today the French are relatively far stronger than they were in 1870, that the evolution of military expedients has been all in favor of the French character and intelligence, and that even a single-handed war between France and Germany today might have a very different issue from that former struggle. In such a conflict it will be Germany, and not France, that will have pawned her strength to the English-speaking peoples on the high seas. And France will not fight alone. She will fight for Switzerland, or Luxembourg, or the mouth of the Rhine. She will fight with the gravity of remembered humiliations, with the whole awakened Slav race at the back of her antagonist, and very probably with the support of the English-speaking peoples. It must be pointed out how strong seems the tendency of the German Empire to repeat the history of Holland upon a larger scale. While the Dutch poured out all their strength upon the seas in a conflict with the English that at the utmost could give them only trade, they let the possibilities of a great Low German synthesis pass utterly out of being. In those days Low Germany stretched to Arras and Douai. They positively dragged the English into the number of their enemies. And today the Germans invade the sea with threat and intention that will certainly create a countervailing American navy, fundamentally modify the policy of Great Britain, such as it is, and very possibly go far to effect the synthesis of the English-speaking peoples. So involved, I do not see that the existing Germanic synthesis is likely to prevail in the close economic unity, the urban region that will arise in Western Europe. I imagine that the German Empire, that is, the organized expression of German aggression today, will either be shattered or weakened to the pitch of great compromises by a series of wars by land and sea. It will be forced to develop the autonomy of its rational middle class in the struggles that will render these compromises possible, and it will be finally not Imperial German ideas, but Central European ideas possibly more akin to Swiss conceptions, a civilized republicanism finding its clearest expression in the French language, that will be established upon a bilingual basis throughout Western Europe, and increasingly predominant over the whole European mainland and the Mediterranean basin as the 20th century closes. The splendid dream of a federal Europe which opened the 19th century for France may perhaps after all come to something like realization at the opening of the 21st. But just how long these things take, just how easily or violently they are brought about, depends, after all, entirely upon the rise in general intelligence in Europe. An ignorant, a merely trained or a merely cultured people will not understand these coalescences, will fondle old animosities and stage hatreds, and for such a people there must needs be disaster, forcible conformities, and war. Europe will have her Irelands as well as her Scotlands, her Irelands of unforgettable wrongs, kicking, squalling, bawling most desolatingly, for nothing that anyone can understand. There will be great scope for the shareholding dilettanti, great opportunities for literary quacks, in national movements, language leagues, picturesque plotting, and the invention of such national costumes as the world has never seen. The cry of the little nations will go up to heaven, asserting the inalienable right of all little nations to sit down firmly in the middle of the high road, in the midst of the thickening traffic, and with all their dear little toys about them, play and play, just as they used to play before the road had come. End of chapter 8A.
Chapter 8b of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anticipations by H. G. Wells. Chapter 8. And while the great states of the continent of Europe are hammering down their obstructions of language and national tradition, or raising the educational level above them until a working unity is possible, and while the reconstruction of Eastern Asia, whether that be under Russian, Japanese, English, or native Chinese direction, struggles towards attainment, will there also be a great synthesis of the English-speaking peoples going on? I am inclined to believe that there will be such a synthesis, and that the head and centre of the new unity will be the great urban region that is developing between Chicago and the Atlantic, and which will lie mainly but not entirely south of the St. Lawrence. Inevitably, I think, that region must become the intellectual, political, and industrial centre of any permanent unification of the English-speaking states. There will, I believe, develop about that centre a great federation of white English-speaking peoples, a federation having America north of Mexico as its central mass, a federation that may conceivably include Scandinavia, and its federal government will sustain a common fleet, and protect or dominate or actually administer most or all of the non-white states of the present British Empire, and in addition much of the South and Middle Pacific, the East and West Indies, the rest of America, and the larger part of Black Africa. Quite apart from the dominated races, such an English-speaking state should have by the century end a practically homogeneous citizenship of at least 100 million sound-bodied and educated and capable men. It should be the first of the three powers of the world, and it should face the organizing synthesis of Europe and Eastern Asia with an intelligent sympathy. By the year 2000, all its common citizens should certainly be in touch with the thought of continental Europe through the medium of French. Its English language should be already rooting firmly through all the world beyond its confines, and its statesmanship should be preparing openly and surely, and discussing calmly with the public mind of the European, and probably of the Yellow State, the possible coalescences and conventions, the obliteration of custom houses, the homologization of law and coinage and measures, and the mitigation of monopolies and special claims, by which the final peace of the world may be assured forever. Such a synthesis, at any rate, of the peoples now using the English tongue, I regard not only as a possible, but as a probable thing. The positive obstacles to its achievement, great though they are yet trivial in comparison with the obstructions to that lesser European synthesis we have ventured to forecast. The greater obstacle is negative. It lies in the want of stimulus, in the lax prosperity of most of the constituent states of such a union. But such a stimulus, the renaissance of Eastern Asia, or a great German fleet upon the ocean, may presently supply. Now all these three great coalescences, this shrivelling up and vanishing of boundary lines, will be the outward and visible accompaniment of that inward and social reorganization which it is the main object of these anticipations to display. I have sought to show that in peace and war alike, a process has been and is at work, a process with all the inevitableness and all the patience of a natural force, whereby the great swollen, shapeless, hypertrophied social mass of today must give birth at last to a naturally and informally organized, educated class, an unprecedented sort of people, a new republic dominating the world. It will be none of our ostensible governments that will effect this great clearing up. It will be the mass of power and intelligence altogether outside the official state systems of today that will make this great clearance, a new social Hercules that will strangle the serpents of war and national animosity in his cradle. Now, the more one descends from the open uplands of wide generalization to the parallel jungle of particulars, the more dangerous does the road of prophesying become. Yet, nevertheless, there may be some possibility of speculating how, in the case of the English-speaking synthesis at least, this effective new republic may begin visibly to shape itself out and appear. It will appear first, I believe, as a conscious organization of intelligent and quite possibly, in some cases, wealthy men, as a movement having distinct social and political aims, confessedly ignoring most of the existing apparatus of political control, or using it only as an incidental implement to the attainment of these aims. It will be very loosely organized in its earlier stages, a mere movement of a number of people in a certain direction, who will presently discover with a sort of surprise the common object towards which they are all moving. Already there are some interesting aspects of public activity that, diverse though their aims may seem, do nevertheless serve to show the possible line of development of this new republic in the coming time. For example, as a sort of preliminary sigh before the stirring of a larger movement, there are various Anglo-American movements and leagues to be noted. Associations for entertaining travelling samples of the American leisure class in guaranteed English country houses, for bringing them into momentary physical contact with real titled persons at lunches and dinners, and for having them collectively lectured by respectable English authors and divines, are no doubt trivial things enough. But a snob sometimes shows how the wind blows better than a serious man. The empire may catch the American as the soldier caught the Tartar. There is something very much more spacious than such things as this, latent in both the British and the American mind, and observable, for instance, in the altered tone of the presses of both countries since the Venezuela message and the Spanish-American War. Certain projects of a much ampler sort have already been put forward. An interesting proposal of an interchangeable citizenship, so that with a change of domicile, an Englishman should have the chance of becoming a citizen of the United States, and an American a British citizen or a voter in an autonomous British colony, for example, has been made. Such schemes will no doubt become frequent, and will afford much scope for discussion in both countries during the next decade or so. Footnote: I foresee great scope for the ingenious persons who write so abundantly to the London evening papers upon etymological points, issues in heraldry, and the correct Union Jack, in the very pleasing topic of a possible Anglo-American flag, for use at first only on unofficial occasions. End footnote. The American Constitution and the British Crown and Constitution have to be modified or shelved at some stage in this synthesis, and for certain types of intelligence there could be no more attractive problem. Certain curious changes in the colonial point of view will occur as these discussions open out. The United States of America are rapidly taking, or have already taken, the ascendancy in the iron and steel and electrical industries out of the hands of the British. They are developing a far ampler and more thorough system of higher scientific education than the British, and the spirit of efficiency percolating from their more efficient businesses is probably higher in their public services. These things render the transfer of the present mercantile and naval ascendancy of Great Britain to the United States during the next 2 or 3 decades a very probable thing, and when this is accomplished, the problem how far colonial loyalty is the fruit of royal visits and sporadic knighthoods, and how far it has relation to the existence of a predominant fleet, will be near its solution. An interesting point about such discussions as this, in which indeed in all probability the nascent consciousness of the new republic will emerge, will be the solution this larger synthesis will offer to certain miserable difficulties of the present time. Government by the elect of the first families of Great Britain has in the last 100 years made Ireland and South Africa 2 open sores of irreconcilable wrong. These 2 English-speaking communities will never rest and never emerge from wretchedness under the vacillating, vote-catching incapacity of British imperialism, and it is impossible that the British power, having embittered them, should ever dare to set them free. But within such an ampler synthesis as the new republic will seek, these states could emerge to an equal fellowship that would take all the bitterness from their unforgettable past. Another type of public activity which foreshadows an aspect under which the new republic will emerge is to be found in the unofficial organizations that have come into existence in Great Britain to watch and criticize various public departments. There is, for example, the Navy League, a body of intelligent and active persons with a distinctly expert qualification which has intervened very effectively in naval control during the last few years. There is also at present a vast amount of disorganized but quite intelligent discontent with the tawdry futilities of army reform that occupy the War Office. It becomes apparent that there is no hope of a fully efficient and well-equipped official army under parliamentary government, and with that realization there will naturally appear a disposition to seek some way to military efficiency, as far as is legally possible, outside War Office control. Already recruiting is falling off. It will probably fall off more and more as the patriotic emotions evoked by the Boer War fade away, and no trivial addition to pay or privilege will restore it. Elementary education has at last raised the intelligence of the British lower classes to a point when the prospect of fighting in distant lands under unsuitably educated British officers of means and gentility, with a defective War Office equipment and inferior weapons, has lost much of its romantic glamour. But an unofficial body that set itself to the establishment of a school of military science, to the sane organization and criticism of military experiments in tactics and equipment, and to the raising for experimental purposes of volunteer companies and battalions, would find no lack of men. What an unofficial syndicate of capable persons of the new sort may do in these matters has been shown in the case of the Turbinia, the germ of an absolute revolution in naval construction. Such attempts at unofficial soldiering would be entirely in the spirit in which I believe the new republic will emerge, but it is in another line of activity that the growing new consciousness will presently be much more distinctly apparent. It is increasingly evident that to organize and control public education is beyond the power of a democratic government. The meanly equipped and pretentiously conducted private schools of Great Britain, staffed with ignorant and incapable young men, exist, on the other hand, to witness that public education is no matter to be left to merely commercial enterprise working upon parental ignorance and social prejudice. The necessary condition to the effective development of the new republic is a universally accessible, spacious, and varied educational system working in an atmosphere of efficient criticism and general intellectual activity. Schools alone are of no avail. Universities are merely dens of the higher cramming, unless the schoolmasters and schoolmistresses and lecturers are in touch with and under the light of an abundant, contemporary, and fully adult intellectuality. At present, in Great Britain at least, the headmasters entrusted with the education of the bulk of the influential men of the next decades are conspicuously second-rate men, forced and etiolated creatures, scholarship boys manured with annotated editions, and brought up under and protected from all current illumination by the kale pot of the 39 Articles. Many of them are less capable teachers and even less intelligent men than many board school teachers. There is, however, urgent need of an absolutely new type of school, a school that shall be at least so skilfully conducted as to supply the necessary training in mathematics, dialectics, languages, and drawing, and the necessary knowledge of science, without either consuming all the leisure of the boy or destroying his individuality, as it is destroyed by the ignorant and pretentious blunderers of to-day. And there is an equally manifest need of a new type of university, something other than a happy fastness for those precociously brilliant creatures whose brilliance is too often the hectic indication of a constitutional unsoundness of mind, who can get in before the portcullis of the 19th birthday falls. These new educational elements may either grow slowly, through the steady and painful pressure of remorseless facts, or as the effort to revoke the new republic becomes more conscious and deliberate, they may be rapidly brought into being by the conscious endeavours of capable men. Assuredly, they will never be developed by the wisdom of the governments of the grey. It may be pointed out that in an individual and disorganized way, A growing sense of such needs is already displayed. Such great business managers as Mr. Andrew Carnegie, for example, and many other of the wealthy efficients of the United States of America, are displaying a strong disinclination to found families of functionless shareholders, and a strong disposition to contribute by means of colleges, libraries, and splendid foundations to the future of the whole English-speaking world. Of course, Mr. Carnegie is not an educational specialist, and his good intentions will be largely exploited by the energetic mediocrities who control our educational affairs. But it is the intention that concerns us now, and not the precise method or effect. Indisputably, these rich Americans are at a fundamentally important work in these endowments, and as indisputably many of their successors, I do not mean the heirs to their private wealth, but the men of the same type who will play their role in the coming years, will carry on this spacious work with a wider prospect and a clearer common understanding. The establishment of modern and efficient schools is alone not sufficient for the intellectual needs of the coming time. The school and university are merely the preparation for the life of mental activity in which the citizen of the coming state will live. The 3 years of university and a lifetime of garrulous stagnation which constitutes the mind's history of many a public schoolmaster, for example, and most of the clergy to-day, will be impossible under the new needs. The old-fashioned university, secure in its omniscience, merely taught. The university of the coming time will, as its larger function, criticize and learn. It will be organized for research, for the criticism, that is, of thought and nature. And a subtler and a greater task before those who will presently swear allegiance to the new republic is to aid and stimulate that process of sound adult mental activity which is the cardinal element in human life. After all, in spite of the pretentious impostors who trade upon the claim, literature, contemporary literature, is the breath of civilized life, and those who sincerely think and write, the salt of the social body. To mumble over the past, to live on the classics, however splendid, is senility. The new republic, therefore, will sustain its authors. In the past, the author lived within the limits of his patron's susceptibility, and led the world, so far as he did lead it, from that cage. In the present, he lives within the limits of a particularly distressful and ill-managed market. He must please and interest the public before he may reason with it, and even to reach the public ear involves other assiduities than writing. To write one's best is surely sufficient work for a man, but unless the author is prepared to add to his literary toil the correspondence and alert activity of a business man, he may find that no measure of acceptance will save him from a mysterious poverty. Publishing has become a trade, differing only from the trade in pork or butter in the tradesman's careless bookkeeping and his professed indifference to the quality of his goods. But unless the whole mass of argument in these anticipations is false, publishing is as much or even more of a public concern than education, and as little to be properly discharged by private men working for profit. On the other hand, it is not to be undertaken by a government of the grey, for a confusion cannot undertake to clarify itself. It is an activity in which the new republic will necessarily engage. The men of the new republic will be intelligently critical men, and they will have the courage of their critical conclusions. For the sake of the English tongue, for the sake of the English peoples, they will set themselves to put temptingly within the reach of all readers of the tongue, and all possible readers of the tongue, an abundance of living literature. They will endeavour to shape great publishing trusts and associations that will have the same relation to the publishing office of today that a medical association has to a patent medicine dealer. They will not only publish but sell. Their efficient bookshops, their efficient system of book distribution will replace the present haphazard dealings of quite illiterate persons under whose shadows people in the provinces live. Footnote: in a large town like Folkestone, for example, it is practically impossible to buy any book but a boomed novel, unless one has ascertained the names of the author, the book, the edition, and the publisher. There is no index in existence kept up to date that supplies these particulars. If, for example, one wants, as I want, one to read all that I have not read of the work of Mr. Frank Stockton, 2. To read a book of essays by Professor Ray Lancaster, the title of which I have forgotten, and 3. To buy the most convenient edition of the works of Swift, one has to continue wanting until the British Museum Library chances to get in one's way. The book-selling trade supplies no information at all on these points. End of footnote. If one of these publishing groups decides that a book, new or old, is of value to the public mind, I conceive the copyright will be secured and the book produced all over the world in every variety of form and price that seems necessary to its exhaustive sale. Moreover, these publishing associations will sustain spaciously conceived organs of opinion and criticism, which will begin by being patiently and persistently good, and so develop into power. And the more distinctly the new republic emerges, the less danger there will be of these associations being allowed to outlive their service in a state of ossified authority. New groups of men and new phases of thought will organize their publishing associations as children learn to talk. Footnote: one of the least satisfactory features of the intellectual atmosphere of the present time is the absence of good controversy. To follow closely an honest and subtle controversy, and to have arrived at a definite opinion upon some general question of real and practical interest and complicated reference, is assuredly the most educational exercise in the world. I would go so far as to say that no person is completely educated who has not done as much. The memorable discussions in which Huxley figured, for example, were extraordinarily stimulating. We lack that sort of thing now. A great number of people are expressing conflicting opinions upon all sorts of things, but there is a quite remarkable shirking of plain issues of debate. There is no answering back. There is much indirect answering, depreciation of the adversary, attempts to limit his publicity, restatements of the opposing opinion in a new way, but no conflict in the lists. We no longer fight obnoxious views, but assassinate them. From first to last, for example, there has been no honest discussion of the fundamental issues in the Boer War. Something may be due to the multiplication of magazines and newspapers and the confusion of opinions that has scattered the controversy-following public. It is much to be regretted that the laws of copyright and the methods of publication stand in the way of annotated editions of works of current controversial value. For example, Mr. Andrew Lang has assailed the new edition of The Golden Bough. His criticisms, which are no doubt very shrewd and penetrating, ought to be accessible with the text he criticises. Yet numerous people will read his comments who will never read The Golden Bough. They will accept his dinted sword as proof of the slaughter of Mr. Fraser, and many will read The Golden Bough and never hear of Mr. Lang's comments. Why should it be so hopeless to suggest an edition of The Golden Bough with footnotes by Mr. Lang and Mr. Fraser's replies? There are all sorts of books to which Mr. Lang might add footnotes with infinite benefit to everyone. Mr. Mallock, again, is going to explain how science and religion stand at the present time. If only someone would explain in the margin how Mr. Mallock stands, the thing would be complete. Such a book again as these Anticipations would stand a vast amount of controversial footnoting. It bristles with pegs for discussion, vacant pegs. It is written to provoke. I hope that some publisher sooner or later will do something of this kind, and will give us not only the text of an author's work, but a series of footnotes and appendices by reputable antagonists. The experiment, well handled, might prove successful enough to start a fashion, a very beneficial fashion for authors and readers alike. People would write twice as carefully and twice as clearly with that possible second edition, with footnotes by X and Y in view. Imagine The Impregnable Rock of Holy Scripture, as it might have been edited by the late Professor Huxley, Froude's edition of The Grammar of Assent, Mr. G.B. Shaw's edition of the works of Mr. Lecky, or the criticism of art and life of Ruskin, the beauties of Ruskin annotated by Mr. Whistler, and carefully prepared for the press by Professor William James. Like the tomato and the cucumber, every book would carry its antidote wrapped about it. Impossible, you say. But is it? Or is it only unprecedented? If novelists will consent to the illustration of their stories by artists whose chief aim appears to be to contradict their statements, I do not see why controversial writers who believe their opinions are correct should object to the checking of their facts and logic by persons with a different way of thinking. Why should not men of opposite opinions collaborate in their discussion? End footnote. And while the new republic is thus developing its idea of itself and organizing its mind, it will also be growing out of the confused and intricate businesses and undertakings and public services of the present time into a recognizable material body. The synthetic process that is going on in the case of many of the larger of the businesses of the world, that formation of trusts that bulks so large in American discussion, is of the utmost significance in this connection. Conceivably, the first impulse to form trusts came from a mere desire to control competition and economize working expenses. But even in its very first stages, this process of coalescence has passed out of the region of commercial operations into that of public affairs. The trust develops into the organization under men far more capable than any sort of public officials, of entire industries, of entire departments of public life, quite outside the ostensible democratic government system altogether. The whole apparatus of communication, which we have seen to be of such primary importance in the making of the future, promises to pass, in the case of the United States at least, out of the region of scramble into the domain of deliberate control. Even today, the trusts are taking over quite consciously the most vital national matters. The American iron and steel industries have been drawn together and developed in a manner that is a necessary preliminary to the capture of the empire of the seas. That end is declaredly within the vista of these operations, within their initial design. These things are not the work of dividend-hunting imbeciles, but of men who regard wealth as a convention, as a means to spacious material ends. There is an animated little paper published in Los Angeles in the interests of Mr. Wilshire, which bears upon its forefront the maxim, "Let the nation own the trusts." Well, under their mantle of property, the trusts grow continually more elaborate and efficient machines of production and public service, while the formal nation chooses its bosses and buttons and reads its illustrated press. I must confess I do not see the Negro and the poor Irishman and all the emigrant sweepings of Europe, which constitute the bulk of the American abyss, uniting to form that great socialist party of which Mr. Wilshire dreams, and with a little demonstrating and balloting taking over the foundry and the electrical works, the engine shed and the signal box from the capable men in charge. But that a confluent system of trust-owned business organisms and of universities and reorganized military and naval services may presently discover an essential unity of purpose, presently begin thinking a literature, and behaving like a state, is a much more possible thing. In its more developed phases, I seem to see the New Republic as, if I may use an expressive bull, a sort of outspoken secret society, with which even the prominent men of the ostensible state may be openly affiliated. A vast number of men admit the need but hesitate at the means of revolution, and in this conception of a slowly growing new social order, organized with open deliberation within the substance of the old, there are no doubt elements of technical treason, but an enormous gain in the thoroughness, efficiency, and stability of the possible change. So it is, or at least in some such ways, that I conceive the growing sense of itself which the new class of modern efficients will develop, will become manifest in movements and concerns that are now heterogeneous and distinct, but will presently drift into cooperation and coalescence. This idea of a synthetic reconstruction within the bodies of the English-speaking states may very possibly clothe itself in quite other formulae than my phrase of the New Republic. But the need is with us. The social elements are developing among us, the appliances are arranging themselves for the hands that will use them, and I cannot but believe that the idea of a spacious common action will presently come. In a few years, I believe, many men who are now rather aimless, men who have disconsolately watched the collapse of the old liberalism, will be clearly telling themselves and one another of their adhesion to this new ideal. They will be working in schools and newspaper offices, in foundries and factories, in colleges and laboratories, in county councils and on school boards, even, it may be, in pulpits, for the time when the coming of the new republic will be ripe. It may be dawning even in the schools of law, because presently there will be a new and scientific handling of jurisprudence. The highly educated and efficient officers' mess will rise mechanically and drink to the monarch, and sit down to go on discussing the new republic's growth. I do not see, indeed, why an intelligent monarch himself, in these days, should not waive any silliness about divine right, and all the ill-bred pretensions that sit so heavily on a gentlemanly king, and come into the movement with these others. When the growing conception touches, as in America it has already touched, the legacy-leaving class, there will be fewer new asylums perhaps, but more university chairs. So it is I conceive the elements of the new republic taking shape and running together through the social mass, picking themselves out more and more clearly from the shareholder, the parasitic speculator, and the wretched multitudes of the abyss. The new republicans will constitute an informal and open Freemasonry. In all sorts of ways they will be influencing and controlling the apparatus of the ostensible governments, they will be pruning irresponsible property, checking speculators and controlling the abyssward drift. But at an indirect control, at any sort of fiction, the new republic, from the very nature of its cardinal ideas, will not rest. The clearest and simplest statement, the clearest and simplest method, is inevitably associated with the conceptions of that science upon which the new republic will arise. There will be a time, in peace it may be, or under the stresses of warfare, when the new republic will find itself ready to arrive, when the theory will have been worked out and the details will be generally accepted, and the new order will be ripe to begin. And then, indeed, it will begin. What life or strength will be left in the old order to prevent this new order beginning? End of chapter 8b. Recording by John Trevithick.
Chapter 9a of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Taylor. Anticipations by H.G. Wells. Chapter 9a. The Faith, Morals, and Public Policy of the New Republic. If the surmise of a developing new republic, a republic that must ultimately become a world state of capable rational men, developing amidst the fading contours and colors of our existing nations and institutions, be indeed no idle dream, but an attainable possibility in the future, and to that end it is that the preceding anticipations have been mainly written. It becomes a speculation of very great interest to forecast something of the general shape and something even of certain details of that common body of opinion which the new republic, when at last it discovers and declares itself, will possess. Since we have supposed this new republic will already be consciously and pretty freely controlling the general affairs of humanity before the century closes, its broad principles and opinions must necessarily shape and determine that still ampler future of which the coming 100 years is but the opening phase. There are many processes, many aspects of things that are now, as it were, in the domain of natural laws and outside human control, or controlled unintelligently and superstitiously, that in the future, in the days of the coming new republic, will be definitely taken in hand as part of the general work of humanity, as indeed already, since the beginning of the 19th century, the control of pestilences has been taken in hand. And in particular, there are certain broad questions much under discussion to which, thus far, I have purposefully given a value disproportionately small. While the new republic is gathering itself together and becoming aware of itself, that other great element, which I have called the people of the abyss, will also have followed out its destiny. For many decades that development will be largely or entirely out of all human control. To the multiplying rejected of the white and yellow civilizations, there will have been added a vast proportion of the black and brown races, and collectively those masses will propound the general question, what will you do with us, we hundreds of millions, who cannot keep pace with you? If the new republic emerges at all, it will emerge by grappling with this riddle. It must come into existence by the passes this sphinx will guard. Moreover, the necessary results of the reaction of irresponsible wealth upon that infirm and dangerous thing, the human will, the spreading moral rot of gambling which is associated with irresponsible wealth, will have been working out and will continue to work out so long as there is such a thing as irresponsible wealth pervading the social body. That, too, the new republic must in its very development overcome. In the preceding chapter, it is clearly implicit that I believe that the new republic, as its consciousness and influence develop together, will meet, check, and control these things, but the broad principles upon which the control will go, the nature of the methods employed, still remain to be deduced, and to make that deduction, it is necessary that the primary conception of life, the fundamental religious and moral ideas of these predominant men of the new times should first be considered. Now, quite inevitably, these men will be religious men. Being themselves, as by the nature of the forces that have selected them, they will certainly be men of will and purpose. They will be disposed to find, and consequently they will find, an effect of purpose in the totality of things. Either one must believe the universe to be one and systematic, and held together by some omnipresent quality, or one must believe it to be a casual aggregation, an incoherent accumulation with no unity whatsoever outside the unity of the personality regarding it. All science and most modern religious systems presuppose the former, and to believe the former is, to anyone not too anxious to quibble, to believe in God. But I believe these prevailing men of the future, like many of the saner men of today, having so formulated their fundamental belief, will presume to no knowledge whatever, or presume to no possibility of knowledge of the real being of God. They will have no positive definition of God at all. They will certainly not indulge in that something not ourselves that makes for righteousness, not defined, or any defective claptrap of that sort. They will content themselves with denying the self-contradictory absurdities of an obstinately anthropomorphic theology. Footnote. As, for example, that God is an omniscient mind. This is the last vestige of that barbaric theology which regarded God as a vigorous but uncertain old gentleman with a beard and an inordinate lust for praise and propitiation. The modern idea is, indeed, scarcely more reasonable than the one it has replaced. A mind thinks, and feels, and wills. It passes from phase to phase. Thinking and willing are a succession of mental states which follow and replace one another. But omniscience is a complete knowledge, not only of the present state, but of all past and future states. Since it is all there at any moment, it cannot conceivably pass from phase to phase. It is stagnant, infinite, and eternal. An omniscient mind is as impossible, therefore, as an omnipresent moving body. God is outside our mental scope. Only by faith can we attain him. Our most lucid moments serve only to render clearer his inaccessibility to our intelligence. We stand a little way up in a scale of existences that may, indeed, point towards him, but can never bring him to our scope. As the fullness of the conscious mental existence of a man stands to the subconscious activities of an amoeba or of a visceral ganglion cell, so our reason forces us to admit other possible mental existences may stand to us. But such an existence, inconceivably great as it would be to us, would be scarcely nearer that transcendental God in whom the serious men of the future will, as a class, believe. End footnote. They will regard the whole of being, within themselves and without, as a sufficient revelation of God to their souls, and they will set themselves simply to that revelation, seeking its meaning towards themselves faithfully and courageously. Manifestly, the essential being of man in this life is his will. He exists consciously only to do. His main interest in life is the choice between alternatives, and, since he moves through space and time to effects and consequences, a general purpose in space and time is the limit of his understanding. He can know God only under the semblance of a pervading purpose, of which his own individual freedom of will is a part. But he can understand that the purpose that exists in space and time is no more God than a voice calling out from impenetrable darkness is a man. To men of the kinetic type, belief in God so manifest as purpose is irresistible, and to all lucid minds, the being of God, save as that general atmosphere of imperfectly apprehended purpose in which our individual wills operate, is incomprehensible. To cling to any belief more detailed than this, to define and limit God in order to take hold of him, to detach oneself and parts of the universe from God in some mysterious way, in order to reduce life to a dramatic antagonism, is not faith, but infirmity. Excessive strenuous belief is not faith. By faith we disbelieve, and it is the drowning man, and not the strong swimmer, who clutches at the floating straw. It is in the nature of man, it is in the present purpose of things, that the real world of our experience and will should appear to us not only as a progressive existence in space and time, but as a scheme of good and evil. But choice, the antagonism of good and evil, just as much as the formulation of things in space and time, is merely a limiting condition of human being. And in the thought of God as we conceive of him, in the light of faith, this antagonism vanishes. God is no moralist. God is no partisan. He comprehends and cannot be comprehended. And our business is only with so much of his purpose as centers on our individual wills. So, or in some such phrases, I believe these men of the New Republic will formulate their relationship to God. They will live to serve this purpose that presents him, without presumption and without fear. For the same spacious faith that will render the idea of airing their egotisms in God's presence through prayer, or of any such quite personal intimacy, absurd, will render the idea of an irascible and punitive deity ridiculous and incredible. The men of the New Republic will hold and understand quite clearly the doctrine that in the real world of man's experience, there is free will. They will understand that constantly, as the very condition of his existence, man is exercising choice between alternatives, and that a conflict between motives that have different moral values constantly arises. That conflict between predestination and free will, which is so puzzling to untrained minds, will not exist for them. They will know that in the real world of sensory experience, will is free, just as new-sprung grass is green, wood hard, ice cold, and toothache painful. In the abstract world of reasoning science, there is no green, no color at all, but certain lengths of vibration, no hardness, but a certain reaction of molecules, no cold and no pain, but certain molecular consequences in the nerves that reach the misinterpreting mind. In the abstract world of reasoning science, moreover, there is a rigid and inevitable sequence of cause and effect. Every act of man could be foretold to its uttermost detail, if only we knew him and all his circumstances fully. In the abstract world of reasoned science, all things exist now potentially down to the last moment of infinite time. But the human will does not exist in this abstract world of reasoned science, in the world of atoms and vibrations, that rigidly predestinate scheme of things in space and time. The human will exists in this world of men and women, in this world where the grass is green and desire beckons, and the choice is often so wide and clear between the sense of what is desirable and what is more widely and remotely right. In this world of sense and the daily life, these men will believe with an absolute conviction that there is free will, and a personal moral responsibility in relation to that indistinctly seen purpose, which is the sufficient revelation of God to them, so far as this sphere of being goes. The conception they will have of that purpose will necessarily determine their ethical scheme. It follows manifestly that if we do really believe in Almighty God, the more strenuously and successfully we seek in ourselves and His world to understand the order and progress of things, and the more clearly we apprehend His purpose, the more assured and systematic will our ethical basis become. If, like Huxley, we do not positively believe in God, then we may still cling to an ethical system which has become an organic part of our lives and habits, and finding it manifestly in conflict with the purpose of things, speak of the non-ethical order of the universe. But to anyone whose mind is pervaded by faith in God, a non-ethical universe in conflict with the incomprehensibly ethical soul of the agnostic is as incredible as a black-horned devil, an active material anti-God with hoofs, tail, pitchfork, and Dunstan-scorched nose complete. To believe completely in God is to believe in the final rightness of all being. The ethical system that condemns the ways of life as wrong, or points to the ways of death as right, that countenances what the scheme of things condemns, and condemns the general purpose in things as it is now revealed to us, must prepare to follow the theological edifice upon which it was originally based. If the universe is non-ethical by our present standards, we must reconsider these standards and reconstruct our ethics. To hesitate to do so, however severe the conflict with old habits and traditions and sentiments may be, is to fall short of faith. Now, so far as the intellectual life of the world goes, this present time is essentially the opening phase of a period of ethical reconstruction, a reconstruction of which the new republic will possess a matured result. Throughout the 19th century there has been such a shattering and recasting of fundamental ideas, of the preliminaries to ethical propositions, as the world has never seen before. This breaking down and routing out of almost all the cardinal assumptions on which the minds of the 18th century dwelt securely is a process akin to, but independent of, the development of mechanism, whose consequences we have traced. It is a part of that process of vigorous and fearless criticism which is the reality of science, and of which the development of mechanism, and all that revolution in physical and social conditions we have been tracing, is merely the vast imposing material byproduct. At present, indeed, its more obvious aspect on the moral and ethical side is destruction. Anyone could see the chips flying, but it still demands a certain faith and patience to see the form that ensues. But it is not destruction, any more than a sculptor's work is stone-breaking. The first chapter in the history of this intellectual development, its definite and formal opening, coincides with the opening of the 19th century in the publication of Malthus's essay on population. Malthus is one of those cardinal figures in intellectual history who state definitely for all time things apparent enough after their formulation, but never effectively conceded before. He brought clearly and emphatically into the sphere of discussion a vitally important issue that has always been shirked and tabooed heretofore, the fundamental fact that the main mass of the business of human life centers about reproduction. He stated in clear, hard, decent, and unavoidable argument what presently Schopenhauer was to discover and proclaim in language, at times, it would seem, quite unfitted for translation into English. And, having made his statement, Malthus left it in contact with its immediate results. Probably no more shattering book than the Essay on Population has ever been, or ever will be, written. It was aimed at the facile liberalism of the deists and atheists of the 18th century. It made as clear as daylight that all forms of social reconstruction, all dreams of earthly golden ages must be either futile or insincere or both, until the problems of human increase were manfully faced. It proffered no suggestions for facing them, in spite of the unpleasant associations of Malthus's name. It aimed simply to wither the rationalistic utopias of the time, and by anticipation, all the communisms, socialisms, and earthly paradise movements that have since been so abundantly audible in the world. That was its aim and its immediate effect. Incidentally, it must have been a torturing soul trap for innumerable idealistic but intelligent souls. Its indirect effects have been altogether greater, aiming at unorthodox dreamers. It has set forces in motion as have destroyed the very root ideas of orthodox righteousness in the Western world. Impinging on geological discovery, it awakened almost simultaneously in the minds of Darwin and Wallace that train of thought that found expression and demonstration at last in the theory of natural selection. As that theory has been more and more thoroughly assimilated and understood by the general mind, it has destroyed, quietly but entirely, the belief in human equality which is implicit in all the liberalizing movements of the world. In the place of an essential equality, distorted only by tradition and early training, by the artifices of those devils of the liberal cosmogony, kingcraft and priestcraft, an equality as little affected by color as the equality of a black chess pawn and a white, we discover that all men are individual and unique, and through long ranges of comparison, superior and inferior upon countless scores. It has become apparent that whole masses of human population are, as a whole, inferior in their claim upon the future to other masses, that they cannot be given opportunities or trusted with power as the superior peoples are trusted, that their characteristic weaknesses are contagious and detrimental to the civilizing fabric, and that the range of incapacity tempts and demoralizes the strong. To give them equality is to sink to their level. To protect and cherish them is to be swamped in their fecundity. The confident and optimistic radicalism of the earlier 19th century and the humanitarian philanthropic type of liberalism have bogged themselves beyond hope in these realizations. The socialist has shirked them as he shirked the older crux of Malthus. Liberalism is a thing of the past. It is no longer a doctrine, but a faction. There must follow some new-born thing. And as effectually has the mass of criticism that centers about Darwin destroyed the dogma of the fall upon which the whole intellectual fabric of Christianity rests. For without a fall there is no redemption, and the whole theory and meaning of the Pauline system is vain. In conjunction with the wide vistas opened by geological and astronomical discovery, the 19th century has indeed lost the very habit of thought from which the belief in a fall arose. It is as if a hand had been put upon the head of the thoughtful man and had turned his eyes about from the past to the future. In matters of intelligence at least, if not yet in matters of ethics and conduct, this turning round has occurred. In the past thought was legal in its spirit. It deduced the present from pre-existing prescription. It derived everything from the offences and promises of the dead. The idea of a universe of expiation was the most natural theory amidst such processes. The purpose the older theologians saw in the world was no more than the revenge, accentuated by the special treatment of a favoured minority, of a mysteriously incompetent deity exasperated by an unsatisfactory creation. But modern thought is altogether too constructive and creative to tolerate such a conception. And in the vaster past that is open to us, it can find neither offence nor promise, only a spacious scheme of events, opening out, perpetually opening out, with a quality of final purpose as irresistible to most men's minds as it is incomprehensible. Opening out with all that inexplicable quality of design that, for example, some great piece of music, some symphony of Beethoven's conveys. We see future beyond future, and past behind past. It has been like the coming of dawn, at first a colourless dawn, clear and spacious, before which the mists whirl and fade, and there opens to our eyes not the narrow passage, the definite end we had imagined, but the rocky, ill-defined path we follow high amidst this limitless prospect of space and time. At first the dawn is cold. There is, at times, a quality of terror almost in the cold clearness of the morning twilight. But insensibly its coldness passes. The sky is touched with fire, and presently, up out of the dayspring in the east, the sunlight will be pouring. And these men of the new republic will be going about in the daylight of things assured. And men's concern under this ampler view will no longer be to work out a system of penalties for the sins of dead men, but to understand and participate in this great development that now dawns on the human understanding. The insoluble problems of pain and death, gaunt, incomprehensible facts as they were, fall into place in the gigantic order that evolution unfolds. All things are integral in the mighty scheme. The slain builds up the slayer. The wolf grooms the horse into swiftness, and the tiger calls for wisdom and courage out of man. All things are integral, but it has been left for man to be consciously integral, to take, at last, a share in the process, to have wills that have caught a harmony with the universal will, as sand grains flash into splendor under the blaze of the sun. There will be many who will never be called to this religious conviction, who will lead their little lives like fools, playing foolishly with religion and all the great issues of life, or like the beasts that perish, having sense alone. But those who, by character and intelligence, are predestinate to participate in the reality of life, will fearlessly shape all their ethical determinations and public policy anew, from a fearless study of themselves and an apparent purpose that opens out before them. Very much of the cry for faith that sounds in contemporary life so loudly, and often with so distressing a note of sincerity, comes from the unsatisfied egotisms of unemployed, and therefore unhappy and craving people. But much is also due to the distress in the minds of active and serious men, due to the conflict of inductive knowledge, with conceptions of right and wrong deduced from unsound but uncriticized first principles. The old ethical principles, the principle of equivalence or justice, the principle of self-sacrifice, the various vague and arbitrary ideas of purity, chastity, and sexual sin came like rays out of the theological and philosophical lanterns men carried in the darkness. The ray of the lantern indicated and directed, and one followed it as one follows a path. But now there has come a new view of man's place in the scheme of time and space, a new illumination, dawn. The lantern rays fade in the growing brightness, and the lanterns that shone so brightly are becoming smoky and dim. To many men this is no more than a waning of the lanterns, and they call for new ones, or a trimming of the old. They blame the day for putting out these flares, and some go apart, out of the glare of life, into corners of obscurity, where the radiation of the lantern may still be faintly traced. But, indeed, with the new light there has come the time for new methods. The time of lanterns, the time of deductions from arbitrary first principles is over. The act of faith is no longer to follow your lantern, but to put it down. We can see about us, and by the landscape we must go. Footnote. It is an interesting byway from our main thesis to speculate on the spiritual pathology of the functionless wealthy, the half-educated independent women of the middle class, and the people of the abyss, while the segregating new middle class, whose religious and moral development forms our main interest, is developing its spacious and confident theism. There will, I imagine, be a steady decay in the various Protestant congregations. They have played a noble part in the history of the world. Their spirit will live forever, but their formulae and organization wax old like a garment. Their moral austerity, that touch of contempt for the unsubstantial aesthetic, which has always distinguished Protestantism, is naturally repellent to the irresponsible rich and to artistic people of the weaker type. And the face of Protestantism has ever been firm even to hardness against the self-indulgent, the idler, and the prolific, useless poor. The rich as a class and the people of the abyss, so far as they move towards any existing religious body, will be attracted by the moral kindliness, the picturesque organization and venerable tradition of the Roman Catholic Church. We are only in the very beginning of a great Roman Catholic revival. The diversified countryside of the coming time will show many a splendid cathedral, many an elaborate monastic palace, towering amidst the abounding colleges and technical schools. Along the moving platforms of the urban center, and athwart the shining advertisements that will adorn them, will go the ceremonial procession, all glorious with banners and censer bearers, and the meek, blue-shaven priests and barefooted rope-girdled holy men, and the artful politician of the coming days, until the broom of the new republic sweep him up, will arrange the miraculous planks of his platform, always with an eye upon the priest. Within the ample, sheltering arms of the Mother Church, many eccentric cults will develop. The curious may study the works of M. Huysmans to learn the mystical propitiation of God, who made heaven and earth by the bedsores of hysterical girls. The future, as I see it, swarms with Durtals and Sister Teresas, countless ecstatic nuns, holding their Maker as if it were in Delichet, will shelter from the world in simple but costly refuges of refined austerity. Where miracles are needed, miracles will occur. Except for a few queer people, nourished on Maria Monk and such like anti-papal pornography, I doubt if there will be any Protestants left among the irresponsible rich. Those who do not follow the main current will probably take up with weird science-denouncing sects of the faith-healing type, or with such pseudo-scientific gibberish as theosophy. Mrs. Piper, in an inelegant attitude, and with only the whites of her eyes showing, has restored the waning faith of Professor James in human immortality, and I do not see why that lady should stick at one dogma amidst the present quite insatiable demand for creeds. Shintoism and either a cleaned or, more probably, a scented obi might in vigorous hands be pushed to a very considerable success in the coming years, and I do not see any absolute impossibility in the idea of an after-dinner witch-smelling in Park Lane with a witch doctor dressed in feathers. It might be amazingly picturesque. People would attend it with an air of intellectual liberality, not, of course, believing in it absolutely, but admitting there must be something in it. That something in it. The fool hath said in his heart, there is no God. And after that he's ready to do anything with his mind and soul. It is by faith we disbelieve. And, of course, there will be much outspoken atheism and anti-religion of the type of the Parisian devil-worship imbecilities. Young men of means will determine to be wicked. They will do silly things that will strike them as being indecent and blasphemous and dreadful, black masses and such like nonsense, and then they will get scared. The sort of thing it will be to shock orthodox maiden aunts and make Olympus ring with laughter. A taking sort of nonsense, already loose, I find, among very young men is to say, "Understand, I am non-moral." Two thoroughly respectable young gentlemen coming from quite different circles have recently introduced their souls to me in this same formula. Both, I rejoice to remark, are married. Both are steady and industrious young men, trustworthy in word and contract, dressed in accordance with current conceptions, and behaving with perfect decorum. One, no doubt for sinister ends, aspires to better the world through a socialistic propaganda. That is all. But in a tight corner some day, that silly little formula may just suffice to trip up one or other of these men. To many of the irresponsible rich, however, that little "understand, I am non-moral" may prove of priceless worth. End footnote. How will the landscape shape itself to the dominant men of the new time and in relation to themselves? What is the will and purpose that these men of will and purpose will find above and comprehending their own? And to this our inquiry resolves itself. They will hold with Schopenhauer, I believe, and with those who build themselves on Malthus and Darwin, that the scheme of being in which we live is a struggle of existences to expand and develop themselves to their full completeness, and to propagate and increase themselves. But being men of action, they will feel nothing of the glamour of misery that irresponsible and sexually vitiated shareholder, Schopenhauer, threw over this recognition. The final object of this struggle among existences they will not understand. They will have abandoned the search for ultimates. They will state the scheme of a struggle as a proximate object, sufficiently remote and spacious to enclose and explain all their possible activities. They will seek God's purpose in the sphere of their activities, and desire no more, as a soldier in battle desires no more than the immediate conflict before him. They will admit failure as an individual aspect of things, as a soldier seeking victory admits the possibility of death, but they will refuse to admit as a part of their faith in God that any existence, even if it is an existence that is presently entirely erased, can be needless or vain. It will have reacted on the existences that survive. It will be justified forever in the modification it has produced in them. They will find in themselves, it must be remembered I am speaking of a class that has naturally segregated, and not of men as a whole, a desire, a passion almost, to create and organize, to put in order, to get the maximum result from certain possibilities. They will all be artists in reality, with a passion for simplicity and directness, and an impatience of confusion and inefficiency. The determining frame of their ethics, the more spacious scheme to which they will shape the schemes of their individual wills, will be the elaboration of that future world state to which all things are pointing. They will not conceive of it as a millennial paradise, a blissful, inconsequent stagnation, but as a world state of active, ampler human beings, full of knowledge and energy, free from much of the baseness and limitations, the needless pains and dishonors of the world disorder of today, but still struggling against ampler but still too narrow restrictions, and for still more spacious objects than our vistas have revealed. For that is a general end. For the special work that contributes to it as an individual end, they will make the plans and the limiting rules of their lives. It is manifest that a reconstructed ethical system, reconstructed in the light of modern science and to meet the needs of such temperaments and characters as the evolution of mechanism will draw together and develop, will give very different values from those given by the existing systems, if they can be called systems, to almost all the great matters of conduct. Under scientific analysis, the essential facts of life are very clearly shown to be two: birth and death. All life is the effort of the thing born, driven by fears, guided by instincts and desires, to evade death, to evade even the partial death of crippling or cramping or restriction, and to attain to effective procreation, to the victory of another birth. Procreation is the triumph of the living being over death, and in the case of man, who adds mind to his body, it is not only in his child, but in the dissemination of his thought, the expression of his mind in things done and made, that his triumph is to be found. And the ethical system of these men of the new republic, the ethical system which will dominate the world state, will be shaped primarily to favor the procreation of what is fine and efficient and beautiful in humanity. Beautiful and strong bodies, clear and powerful minds, and a growing body of knowledge, and to check the procreation of base and servile types, of fear-driven and cowardly souls, of all that is mean and ugly and bestial in the souls, bodies, or habits of men. To do the latter is to do the former. The two things are inseparable, and the method that nature has followed hitherto in the shaping of the world, whereby weakness was prevented from propagating weakness, and cowardice and feebleness were saved from the accomplishment of their desires, the method that has only one alternative, the method that must in some cases still be called into the help of man, is death. In the new vision, death is no inexplicable horror, no pointless terminal terror to the miseries of life. It is the end of all the pain of life, the end of the bitterness of failure, the merciful obliteration of weak and silly and pointless things. The new ethics will hold life to be a privilege and a responsibility, not a sort of night refuge for base spirits out of the void, and the alternative in right conduct between living fully, beautifully, and efficiently will be to die. For a multitude of contemptible and silly creatures, fear-driven and helpless and useless, unhappy or hatefully happy in the midst of squalid dishonor, feeble, ugly, inefficient, born of unrestrained lusts, and increasing and multiplying through their sheer incontinence and stupidity, the men of the new republic will have little pity and less benevolence. To make life convenient for the breeding of such people will seem to them not the most virtuous and amiable thing in the world, as it is held to be now, but an exceedingly abominable proceeding. Procreation is an avoidable thing for sane persons of even the most furious passions, and the men of the new republic will hold that the procreation of children who, by the circumstances of their parentage, must be diseased bodily or mentally, I do not think it will be difficult for the medical science of the coming time to define such circumstances, is absolutely the most loathsome of all conceivable sins. They will hold, I anticipate, that a certain portion of the population, the small minority, for example, afflicted with indisputably transmissible diseases, with transmissible mental disorders, with such hideous, incurable habits of mind as the craving for intoxication, exists only on sufferance, out of pity and patience, and on the understanding that they do not propagate, and I do not foresee any reason to suppose that they will hesitate to kill when that sufferance is abused. And I imagine also the plea and proof that a grave criminal is also insane will be regarded by them not as a reason for mercy, but as an added reason for death. I do not see how they can think otherwise on the principles they will profess. The men of the new republic will not be squeamish, either in facing or inflicting death, because they will have a fuller sense of the possibilities of life than we possess. They will have an ideal that will make killing worth the while. Like Abraham, they will have the faith to kill, and they will have no superstitions about death. They will naturally regard the modest suicide of incurably melancholy or diseased or helpless persons as a high and courageous act of duty rather than a crime. And since they will regard, as indeed all men raised above a brutish level do regard, a very long term of imprisonment as infinitely worse than death, as being, indeed, death with a living misery added to its natural terror, they will, I conceive, where the whole tenor of a man's actions, and not simply some incidental or impulsive action, seems to prove him unfitted for free life in the world, consider him carefully, and condemn him, and remove him from being. All such killing will be done with an opiate, for death is too grave a thing to be made painful or dreadful, and used as a deterrent from crime. If deterrent punishments are used at all in the code of the future, the deterrent will neither be death, nor mutilation of the body, nor mutilation of the life by imprisonment, nor any horrible things like that, but good scientifically caused pain that will leave nothing but a memory. Yet even the memory of overwhelming pain is a sort of mutilation of the soul. The idea that only those who are fit to live freely in an orderly world state should be permitted to live is entirely against the use of deterrent punishments at all. Against outrageous conduct to children or women perhaps, or for very cowardly or brutal assaults of any sort, the men of the future may consider pain a salutary remedy, at least during the ages of transition while the brute is still at large. But since most acts of this sort done under conditions that neither torture nor exasperate point to an essential vileness in the perpetrator, I am inclined to think that even in these cases the men of the coming time will be far less disposed to torture than to kill. They will have another aspect to consider. The conscious infliction of pain for the sake of the pain is against the better nature of man, and it is unsafe and demoralizing for anyone to undertake this duty. To kill under the seemly conditions science will afford is a far less offensive thing. The rulers of the future will grudge making good people into jailers, warders, punishment dealers, nurses, and attendants on the bed. People who cannot live happily and freely in the world without spoiling the lives of others are better out of it. That is a current sentiment even today, but the men of the new republic will have the courage of their opinions. End of chapter 9a. Recording by Christopher Taylor.
Chapter 9b of Anticipations. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anticipations by H. G. Wells. Chapter 9b. And the type of men that I conceive emerging in the coming years will deal simply and logically not only with the business of death, but with birth. At present, the sexual morality of the civilized world is the most illogical and incoherent system of wild permissions and insane prohibitions, foolish tolerance and ruthless cruelty that it is possible to imagine. Our current civilization is a sexual lunatic, and it has lost its reason in this respect, under the stresses of the new birth of things, largely through the difficulties that have stood in the way, and do still in a diminishing degree stand in the way, of any sane discussion of the matter as a whole. To approach it is to approach excitement. So few people seem to be leading happy and healthy sexual lives that to mention the very word sexual is to set them stirring, to brighten the eye, lower the voice, and blanch or flush the cheek with a flavour of guilt. We are all, as it were, keeping our secrets and hiding our shames. One of the most curious revelations of this fact occurred only a few years ago, when the artless outpourings in fiction of certain young women who had failed to find light on problems that pressed upon them for solution, and which it was certainly their business as possible wives and mothers to solve, roused all sorts of respectable people to a quite insane vehemence of condemnation. Now, there are excellent reasons and a permanent necessity for the preservation of decency, and for a far more stringent suppression of matter that is merely intended to excite than at present obtains, and the chief of these reasons lies in the need of preserving the young from a premature awakening, and indeed, in the interests of civilization, in positively delaying the period of awakening, retarding maturity and lengthening the period of growth and preparation as much as possible. But purity and innocence may be prolonged too late. Innocence is really no more becoming to adults than a rattle or a rubber consoler, and the bashfulness that hampers this discussion, that permits it only in a furtive, silly sort of way, has its ugly consequences in shames and cruelties, in miserable households and pitiful crises, in the production of countless, needless, and unhappy lives. Indeed, too often, we carry our decency so far as to make it suggestive and stimulating in a non-natural way. We invest the plain business of reproduction with a mystic religious quality far more unwholesome than a savage nakedness could possibly be. The essential aspect of all this wild and windy business of the sexual relations is, after all, births. Upon this plain fact, the people of the emergent new republic will unhesitatingly go. The preeminent value of sexual questions in morality lies in the fact that the lives which will constitute the future are involved. If they are not involved, if we can dissociate this relationship from this issue, then sexual questions become of no more importance than the morality of one's deportment at chess, or the general morality of outdoor games. Indeed, then, the question of sexual relationships would be entirely on all fours with, and probably very analogous to, the question of golf. In each case, it would be for the medical man and the psychologist to decide how far the thing was wholesome and permissible, and how far it was an aggressive bad habit and an absorbing waste of time and energy. An able-bodied man continually addicted to love-making that had no result in offspring would be just as silly and morally objectionable as an able-bodied man who devoted his chief energies to hitting little balls over golf links. But no more. Both would probably be wasting the lives of other human beings. The golfer must employ his caddy. It is entirely the matter of births, and a further consideration to be presently discussed, that makes this analogy untrue. It does not, however, make it so untrue as to do away with the probability that in many cases the emergent men of the new time will consider sterile gratification a moral and legitimate thing. St. Paul tells us that it is better to marry than to burn, but to beget children on that account will appear, I imagine, to those coming men as an absolutely loathsome proceeding. They will stifle no spread of knowledge that will diminish the swarming misery of childhood in the slums. They will regard the disinclination of the witless "society" woman to become a mother as a most amiable trait in her folly. In our bashfulness about these things we talk an abominable lot of nonsense. All this uproar one hears about the rapid multiplication of the unfit, and the future of the lower races, takes on an entirely different complexion directly we face known, if indelicate, facts. Most of the human types, that by civilized standards are undesirable, are quite willing to die out through such suppressions if the world will only encourage them a little. They multiply in sheer ignorance, but they do not desire multiplication even now, and they can easily be made to dread it. Sensuality aims not at life, but at itself. I believe that the men of the new republic will deliberately shape their public policy along these lines. They will rout out and illuminate urban rookeries, and all places where the base can drift to multiply. They will contrive a land legislation that will keep the black or yellow or mean white squatter on the move. They will see to it that no parent can make a profit out of a child, so that childbearing shall cease to be a hopeful speculation for the unemployed poor. And they will make the maintenance of a child the first charge upon the parents who have brought it into the world. Only in this way can progress escape being clogged by the products of the security it creates. The development of science has lifted famine and pestilence from the shoulders of man, and it will yet lift war, for some other end than to give him a spell of promiscuous and finally cruel and horrible reproduction. No doubt the sentimentalist, and all whose moral sense has been vigorously trained in the old school, will find this rather a dreadful suggestion. It amounts to saying that for the abyss to become a hotbed of sterile immorality will fall in with the deliberate policy of the ruling class in the days to come. At any rate, it will be a terminating evil. At present the abyss is a hotbed breeding undesirable and too often fearfully miserable children. That is something more than a sentimental horror. Under the really very horrible morality of today, the spectacle of a mean-spirited, undersized, diseased little man, quite incapable of earning a decent living even for himself, married to some underfed, ignorant, ill-shaped, plain and diseased little woman, and guilty of the lives of 10 or 12 ugly, ailing children, is regarded as an extremely edifying spectacle, and the two parents consider their reproductive excesses as giving them a distinct claim upon less fecund and more prosperous people. Benevolent persons throw themselves with peculiar ardour into a case of this sort, and quite passionate efforts are made to strengthen the mother against further eventualities, and protect the children until they attain to nubile years, until the attention of the benevolent persons is presently distracted by a new case. Yet so powerful is the suggestion of current opinions that few people seem to see nowadays just what a horrible and criminal thing this sort of family, seen from the point of view of social physiology, appears. And directly such principles as these come into effective operation, and I believe that the next 100 years will see this new phase of the human history beginning, there will recommence a process of physical and mental improvement in mankind, a raising and elaboration of the average man that has virtually been in suspense during the greater portion of the historical period. It is possible that in the last 100 years, in the more civilized states of the world, the average of humanity has positively fallen. All our philanthropists, all our religious teachers, seem to be in a sort of informal conspiracy to preserve an atmosphere of mystical ignorance about these matters, which, in view of the irresistible nature of the sexual impulse, results in a swelling tide of miserable little lives. Consider what it will mean to have perhaps half the population of the world in every generation restrained from or tempted to evade reproduction. This thing, this euthanasia of the weak and sensual, is possible. On the principles that will probably animate the predominant classes of the new time, it will be permissible, and I have little or no doubt that in the future it will be planned and achieved. If birth were all the making of a civilized man, the men of the future, on the general principles we have imputed to them, would under no circumstances find the birth of a child, healthy in body and brain, more than the most venial of offences. But birth gives only the beginning, the raw material of a civilized man. The perfect civilized man is not only a sound, strong body, but a very elaborate fabric of mind. He is a fabric of moral suggestions that become mental habits, a magazine of more or less systematized ideas, a scheme of knowledge and training and an aesthetic culture. He is the child not only of parents, but of a home and of an education. He has to be carefully guarded from physical and moral contagions. A reasonable probability of ensuring home and education and protection without any parasitic dependence on people outside the kin of the child will be a necessary condition to a moral birth under such general principles as we have supposed. Now, this sweeps out of reason any such promiscuity of healthy people as the late Mr. Grant Allen is supposed to have advocated, but so far as I can understand him, did not. But whether it works out to the taking over of the permanent monogamic marriage of the old morality as a going concern is another matter. Upon this matter I must confess my views of the trend of things in the future do not seem to be finally shaped. The question involves very obscure physiological and psychological considerations. A man who aims to become a novelist naturally pries into these matters whenever he can, but the vital facts are very often hard to come by. It is probable that a great number of people could be paired off in couples who would make permanently happy and successful monogamic homes for their sound and healthy children. At any rate, if a certain freedom of regrouping were possible within a time limit, this might be so. But I am convinced that a large proportion of married couples in the world today are not completely and happily matched, that there is much mutual limitation, mutual annulment, and mutual exasperation. Home with an atmosphere of contention is worse than none for the child, and it is the interest of the child, and that alone, that will be the test of all these things. I do not think that the arrangement in couples is universally applicable, or that celibacy, tempered by sterile vice, should be its only alternative. Nor can I see why the union of two childless people should have an indissoluble permanence, or prohibit an ampler grouping. The question is greatly complicated by the economic disadvantage of women, which makes wifehood the chief feminine profession, while only for an incidental sort of man is marriage a source of income, and further by the fact that most women have a period of maximum attractiveness, after which it would be grossly unfair to cast them aside. From the point of view we are discussing, the efficient mother who can make the best of her children is the most important sort of person in the state. She is a primary necessity to the coming civilization. Can the wife, in any sort of polygamic arrangement, or a woman of no assured status, attain to the maternal possibilities of the ideal monogamic wife? one is disposed to answer no. But then, on the other hand, does the ordinary monogamic wife do that? We are dealing with the finer people of the future, strongly individualized people, who will be much freer from stereotyped moral suggestions and much less inclined to be dealt with wholesale than the people of today. I have already shown cause in these anticipations to expect a period of disorder and hypocrisy in matters of sexual morality. I am inclined to think that, when the new republic emerges on the other side of this disorder, there will be a great number of marriage contracts possible between men and women, and that the strong arm of the state will insist only upon one thing, the security and welfare of the child. The inevitable removal of births from the sphere of an uncontrollable providence to the category of deliberate acts will enormously enhance the responsibility of the parent, and of the state that has failed to adequately discourage the philoprogenitiveness of the parent towards the child. Having permitted the child to come into existence, public policy and the older standard of justice alike demand, under these new conditions, that it must be fed, cherished, and educated, not merely up to the respectable minimum, but to the full height of its possibilities. The state will therefore be the reserve guardian of all children. If they are being undernourished, if their education is being neglected, the state will step in, take over the responsibility of their management, and enforce their charge upon the parents. The first liability of a parent will be to his child, and for his child. Even the dues of that darling of our current law, the landlord, will stand second to that. This conception of the responsibility of the parents and the state to the child and the future runs quite counter to the general ideas of to-day. These general ideas distort grim realities. Under the most pious and amiable professions, all the Christian states of to-day are, as a matter of fact, engaged in slave breeding. The chief result, though of course it is not the intention, of the activities of priest and moralist to-day in these matters, is to lure a vast multitude of little souls into this world for whom there is neither sufficient food, nor love, nor schools, nor any prospect at all in life but the insufficient bread of servitude. It is a result that endears religion and purity to the sweating employer, and leads unimaginative bishops, who have never missed a meal in their lives, and who know nothing of the indescribable bitterness of a handicapped entry into this world, to draw a complacent contrast with irreligious France. It is a result that must necessarily be recognized in its reality and faced by these men who will presently emerge to rule the world, men who will have neither the plea of ignorance, nor moral stupidity, nor dogmatic revelation to excuse such elaborate cruelty. And having set themselves in these ways to raise the quality of human birth, the new republicans will see to it that the children who do at last effectually get born come into a world of spacious opportunity. The half-educated, unskilled pretenders, professing impossible creeds and propounding ridiculous curricula, to whom the unhappy parents of to-day must needs entrust the intelligences of their children, these heavy-handed barber surgeons of the mind, these schoolmasters, with their ragtag and bobtail of sweated and unqualified assistants, will be succeeded by capable, self-respecting men and women constituting the most important profession of the world. The windy pretences of forming character, supplying moral training, and so forth, under which the educationalist of to-day conceals the fact that he is incapable of his proper task of training, developing, and equipping the mind, will no longer be made by the teacher. Nor will the teacher be permitted to subordinate his duties to the entirely irrelevant business of his pupils' sports. The teacher will teach, and confine his moral training, beyond enforcing truth and discipline, to the exhibition of a capable person doing his duty as well as it can be done. He will know that his utmost province is only a part of the educational process, that equally important educational influences are the home and the world of thought about the pupil and himself. The whole world will be thinking and learning. The old idea of completing one's education will have vanished with the fancy of a static universe. Every school will be a preparatory school, every college. The school and college will probably give only the keys and apparatus of thought, a necessary language or so, thoroughly done, a sound mathematical training, drawing, a wide and reasoned view of philosophy, some good exercises in dialectics, a training in the use of those stores of fact that science has made. So equipped, the young man and young woman will go on to the technical school of their chosen profession, and to the criticism of contemporary practice for their special efficiency, and to the literature of contemporary thought for their general development. And while the emergent New Republic is deciding to provide for the swarming inferiority of the abyss, and developing the morality and educational system of the future in this fashion, it will be attacking that mass of irresponsible property that is so unavoidable and so threatening under present conditions. The attack will, of course, be made along lines that the developing science of economics will trace in the days immediately before us, a scheme of death duties and of heavy graduated taxes upon irresponsible incomes, with perhaps, in addition, a system of terminable liability for borrowers, will probably suffice to control the growth of this creditor elephantiasis. The detailed contrivances are for the specialist to make. If there is such a thing as bitterness in the public acts of the New Republicans, it will probably be found in the measures that will be directed against those who are parasitic, or who attempt to be parasitic, upon the social body, either by means of gambling, by manipulating the medium of exchange, or by such interventions upon legitimate transactions as, for example, the legal trade union in Great Britain contrives in the case of house property and land. Simply because he fails more often than he succeeds, there is still a disposition among sentimental people to regard the gambler or the speculator as rather a dashing, adventurous sort of person, and to contrast his picturesque gallantry with the sober certainties of honest men. The men of the New Republic will be obtuse to the glamour of such romance. They will regard the gambler simply as a mean creature who hangs about the social body in the hope of getting something for nothing, who runs risks to filch the possessions of other men exactly as a thief does. They will put the two on a footing, and the generous gambler, like the kindly drunkard, in the face of their effectual provision for his little weakness, will cease to complain that his worst enemy is himself. And in dealing with speculation, the New Republic will have the power of an assured faith and purpose, and the resources of an economic science that is as yet only in its infancy. In such matters the New Republic will entertain no superstition of laissez-faire. Money and credit are as much human contrivances as bicycles, and as liable to expansion and modification as any other sort of prevalent but imperfect machine. And how will the New Republic treat the inferior races? How will it deal with the black? How will it deal with the yellow man? How will it tackle that alleged termite in the civilized woodwork, the Jew? Certainly not as races at all. It will aim to establish, and it will at last, though probably only after a second century has passed, establish a world state with a common language and a common rule. All over the world its roads, its standards, its laws, and its apparatus of control will run. It will, I have said, make the multiplication of those who fall behind a certain standard of social efficiency unpleasant and difficult, and it will have cast aside any coddling laws to save adult men from themselves. Footnote: vide Mr. Archibald Reed's excellent and suggestive book, The Present Evolution of Man. End footnote. It will tolerate no dark corners where the people of the abyss may fester, no vast diffused slums of peasant proprietors, no stagnant plague preserves. Whatever men may come into its efficient citizenship it will let come, white, black, red, or brown, the efficiency will be the test. And the Jew also it will treat as any other man. It is said that the Jew is incurably a parasite on the apparatus of credit. If there are parasites on the apparatus of credit, that is a reason for the legislative cleaning of the apparatus of credit, but it is no reason for the special treatment of the Jew. If the Jew has a certain incurable tendency to social parasitism, and we make social parasitism impossible, we shall abolish the Jew, and if he has not, there is no need to abolish the Jew. We are much more likely to find we have abolished the Caucasian solicitor. I really do not understand the exceptional attitude people take up against the Jews. There is something very ugly about many Jewish faces, but there are Gentile faces just as coarse and gross. The Jew asserts himself in relation to his nationality with a singular tactlessness, but it is hardly for the English to blame that. Many Jews are intensely vulgar in dress and bearing, materialistic in thought, and cunning and base in method, but no more so than many Gentiles. The Jew is mentally and physically precocious, and he ages and dies sooner than the average European, but in that, and in a certain disingenuousness, he is simply on all fours with the short, dark Welsh. He foregathers with those of his own nation, and favours them against the stranger, but so do the Scotch. I see nothing in his curious, dispersed nationality to dread or dislike. He is a remnant and legacy of medievalism, a sentimentalist perhaps, but no furtive plotter against the present progress of things. He was the medieval liberal. His persistent existence gave the lie to Catholic pretensions all through the days of their ascendancy, and to-day he gives the lie to all our yapping nationalisms, and sketches in his dispersed sympathies the coming of the world state. He has never been known to burke a school. Much of the Jew's usury is no more than social scavenging. The Jew will probably lose much of his particularism, intermarry with Gentiles, and cease to be a physically distinct element in human affairs in a century or so, but much of his moral tradition will, I hope, never die. And for the rest, those swarms of black and brown and dirty white and yellow people who do not come into the new needs of efficiency? Well, the world is a world, not a charitable institution, and I take it they will have to go. The whole tenor and meaning of the world, as I see it, is that they have to go. So far as they fail to develop sane, vigorous, and distinctive personalities for the great world of the future, it is their portion to die out and disappear. The world has a purpose greater than happiness. Our lives are to serve God's purpose, and that purpose aims not at man as an end, but works through him to greater issues. This, I believe, will be the distinctive quality of the New Republican's belief. And, for that reason, I have not even speculated whether he will hold any belief in human immortality or no. He will certainly not believe there is any post-mortem state of rewards and punishments because of his faith in the sanity of God, and I do not see how he will trace any reaction between this world and whatever world there may be of disembodied lives. Active and capable men of all forms of religious profession today tend in practice to disregard the question of immortality altogether. So, to a greater degree, will the kinetic men of the coming time. We may find that issue interesting enough when we turn over the leaf, but at present we have not turned over the leaf. On this side, in this life, the relevancy of things points not in the slightest towards the immortality of our egotisms, but convergently and overpoweringly to the future of our race, to that spacious future of which these weak, ambitious anticipations are, as it were, the dim reflection seen in a shallow and troubled pool. For that future these men will live and die. End of chapter 9b. Recording by John Trevithick. End of Anticipations by H. G. Wells.